Would be interesting this year with Bill. Good morning, everyone, and welcome out to our regular meeting of January 7th. Want to wish everybody a happy new year. It's a great opportunity. You know, January is one of them months that we want to reflect on the past and look forward to the future. So it's a great opportunity, the January, the month, and I want to wish everybody a happy new year. And for the record, it is 9:09. If you'll call roll, please. Commissioner Present. Commissioner Sanchez. Present. Commissioner Oneta. Present. 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 Mr. Northrup, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, approval of the agenda, amendments, withdrawn items, if any?
So move to approve.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman. It's only 2 pages this time.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we'll go on to citizens' concerns. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to talk or present something to the commission? With your name for the record, please.
Yes. Good evening, County Commissioners. I'm privileged to be able to talk to you. My name is Marilyn Hoffman, and I think from Mr. Blankenhorn's district and of the county. I have with me, and I will be giving to each of you, copies of the resolution that was passed in Santa Fe, introduced by Mayor David Koss, who is also the chair of the Regional Coalition of Llano Communities, to which Taos County sends a representative, which I believe is Mr. Blankenhorn. Mayor Koss also introduced this resolution to the Regional Coalition to be voted on in the next meeting. The town of Taos also recently passed this resolution, an earlier version of it, just within the last month. This important resolution requests consideration of alternatives to Los Alamos National Laboratory's plan to cap and cover at Area G, and calls for a comprehensive cleanup of Area G, a project that is estimated to create about 400 long-term jobs for local New Mexicans. This important resolution, ever since the Manhattan Project, Area G has been the careless receptacle of 1 million cubic meters of unidentified, radioactive, toxic, hazardous, and legacy nuclear waste dumped into trenches and buried in place with no liners to shield this waste from the underlying aquifer. This aquifer connects with Santa Fe's drinking water supply and with the Rio Grande, which supplies drinking and irrigation waters to Albuquerque and every community beyond. We believe that Llano's proposed cap and cover alternative is dangerous and irresponsible, hazardous to the health of present and future generations of northern New Mexicans downstream and downwind of Llano. Llano's location mere miles from a tectonic rift zone and square in the slopes of a dormant volcano is geologically unstable. New Mexicans do not want a repeat of the shoddy Rocky Flats cleanup where shallowly buried and highly toxic plutonium has been borne downstream to Denver by those recent severe floods. Please carefully review this document. Also, we would like to request that it be put on the agenda for a vote during the next meeting in January. Because there will soon be an official decision made on the Area G cleanup, it is urgent that Llano communities raise their voices as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your time. I'm going to give you each a copy of the resolution. I'm one short, but my friend Jean, who was going to read the resolution, has another one for whoever gets left out. Okay. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. have a copy for the clerk's office? We can get you guys
We can make a copy of that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm Jean Green, and I'm just going to read the resolution for everyone here to know what we're talking about. This is Mayor David Costa's resolution that he brought to the city of Santa Fe, and they passed. And we passed one in Taos, but it's a little different than this one, and this is a preferred version. So it's a resolution requesting consideration of alternatives to Los Alamos National Laboratory's proposed plan of leaving nuclear waste buried in place at TA 54 Area G, urging instead for full characterization and excavation of the wastes, off-site disposal of any high-level transuranic and mixed low-level radioactive wastes, and directing the city clerk to inform the New Mexico Environment Department and relevant state legislative committees. And I believe the New Mexico Environment Department is going to be making a decision on this pretty soon. Whereas the Los Alamos National Laboratory has announced its preferred alternative to leave approximately 1 million cubic meters of radioactive, toxic, and hazardous waste buried in place at Material Disposal Area G and Technical Area 54, which the New Mexico Environment Department must approve or not. And whereas Area G is a 63-acre site which started accepting radioactive, toxic, and hazardous waste in 1957 when record-keeping was poor. And whereas Area G is located 18 miles from the Santa Fe Plaza, just west of the residential community of White Rock, and 5 miles from the Buckman Well Field near the Rio Grande, which provides drinking water for the city of Santa Fe. And whereas Area G is located 1/10 of a mile from the Pueblo de San Ildefonso boundary, 8.78 miles from the boundary of the Pueblo of Santa Clara, 9.83 miles from the boundary of Pueblo of Pewaukee, 11.95 miles from the boundary of the Pueblo of Tezuque, 13.56 miles from the center of the Pueblo of Nambe, 14.1 miles from the boundary of the Pueblo of Okeowinge, 14.03 miles from the center of the city of Espanola, 17.54 miles from the center of the village of Tezuque, 54.25 miles from the center of the town of Taos, 5.44 miles from the center of Los Alamos. And whereas Lanel was not originally chosen for its geologic qualities as a permanent nuclear waste disposal site, and whereas Lanel is located in a complex seismic zone above both the Rio Grande and a sole source aquifer, providing drinking water for 270,000 people, including the city of Santa Fe, and whereas Area G wastes are buried in unlined pits, trenches, and shafts dug directly into the volcanic tuff, in contrast to the composite liners and leachate collection systems that the New Mexico Environment Department requires of local governments. And whereas Lanel has claimed that full cleanup of Area G would cost the inflated sum of $29 billion, but nevertheless recently successfully excavated its smaller materials disposal Area B for $136 million. And whereas extrapolation from Area B's actual costs demonstrates that full cleanup of Area G could be completed for around $6 billion, or less than the cost of 4 years' worth of the lab's nuclear weapons program that generated the waste to begin with. And whereas full cleanup of Area G would be a win-win for New Mexicans, permanently protecting our precious groundwater and the Rio Grande while creating hundreds of high-paying jobs for 20 years or more. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the governing body of the City of Santa Fe that the governing body hereby urges the New Mexico Environment Department to not allow the de facto creation of a permanent nuclear waste dump by approving cap and cover of the estimated 1 million cubic meters of radioactive and hazardous wastes at Lannel's Area G. And be it further resolved that the governing body hereby requests that INMED should require full characterization and excavation of the wastes and off-site disposal of any transuranic or mixed low-level radioactive wastes. Be it further resolved that in the unlikely event any high-level radioactive wastes are found and excavated, they must be safely isolated in hardened on-site storage, or HOS, until transported off-site to another DOE facility, site, or final disposal at a future national high-level waste repository. Be it further resolved, wastes at TA 54 should be completely excavated with no new disposal of wastes. And be it further resolved, DOE and Lannel closure and post-closure plans for technical area G must be submitted to INMED prior to INMED's issuance of its statement of basis for area G. And be it further resolved that INMED should provide for a public hearing as required by the New Mexico Hazardous Waste Act and the Federal Resource Conservation and Recovery Act laws and regulations requiring protection of human health and the environment on all matters pertaining to comprehensive cleanup of TA 54. And be it further resolved that the governing body urges the DOE and Lannel to conduct the seismic field studies as required by DOE orders and industry standards, which must be completed before any TA 54 cleanup decisions are made by INMED, and to conduct field studies of the groundwater below Lannel as recommended in 2007 by the National Academy of Sciences Plans and Practices for Groundwater Protection at Los Alamos National Laboratory, excuse me, and as required by the New Mexico Hazardous Waste Act. Be it further resolved that the governing body believes an excavation pilot project at Area G to demonstrate feasibility of full cleanup would be prudent based upon the recent successful completion of material disposal Area B. Be it further resolved the New Mexico House Radioactive and Hazardous Materials and Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committees should hold public hearings on all matters pertaining to comprehensive cleanup of Area G. And be it further resolved that the governing body directs the city clerk to send copies of this resolution to the New Mexico Environment Department, our congressional delegation, our governor, the Department of Energy, the NNSA, Los Alamos National Security, and the two New Mexico legislative committees referenced herein. So that's the one that Mayor Koss was able to pass and will be bringing to the Regional Coalition of Lannel Communities, I think, at their next meeting. And we're hoping that you can pass this as soon as possible. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Chairman?
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yeah, well, I'm the Taos representative on that board, and the next meeting is on the 17th, and I think it's going to be right here in Taos. We switch around Santa Fe, Espanola, and the next one, I believe, is going to be scheduled for here. I don't think it's going to be on the agenda because the regional coalition obviously doesn't make that decision. The main purpose of the regional coalition has been, in the few years it's been in existence, is to help ensure that the federal government comes through with the billions of dollars promised to complete the cleanups, and that's been very successful. You know, the good news is there's been a whole lot of cleanup that's been completed, and thank you for your work on this and for bringing it to our attention, because it is the hot spot, so to speak. And you know, the arguments are going to be made before the New Mexico Environmental Department with all kinds of scientific data on both sides. I don't know much of the details, but in broad terms, I do know that the argument that the labs will carry is that it's measured very carefully. There's absolutely no movement of this, as opposed to some of the other sites that they had to clean up. There's no movement. It's contained. It would be more dangerous to move it than to keep it. And, you know, I have no idea how they come to that conclusion, and I have no idea how this is going to be resolved, but it is most certainly an important topic. Appreciate you coming, and you might want to come to the next regional meeting, although I'm not sure. I've seen the agenda. I hadn't heard that it was going to be something for formal adoption before that coalition.
Well, the problem is that there is a lot of legacy waste. This is since 1957, and so they actually do not know what's there. And if you ever read the La Hadra report, you'll be appalled. But yeah, they don't know what's there, so this is asking that they excavate and characterize and deal with it instead of just leaving it all there together, not even knowing what's there in unlined pits. So, thank you.
Commissioner Romero?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And currently, how is it covered? How is it supposedly kept from harming us?
It's not. I mean, I don't know how it's covered on top. There are, they're trying to deal with the heavy-duty plutonium-contaminated waste that were endangered by the fire that came up to the borders. They're trying to get rid of at least the above-ground barrels down to WIP. But this is all in unlined pits and trenches, and they don't even know what it is. So it's really not. It's actually flowing down into the canyons and into the Rio Grande.
So,
and
if
they
one
say
were
that
flying over it, what would we see? If we were allowed
I've
to
never
fly
flown over it, but I believe the barrels are under canvas tents. And the trenches, I don't know if they're covered lightly with dirt or what.
Thank you very much for bringing this forward. I've learned a lot today by just this resolution, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thanks. Any other questions, staff? Any questions?
So, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner?
will we be listening to this again? Will it come before the commission for some sort of approval?
Mr. Malone, is this something that you could review and then bring back to the commission?
Certainly.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience who wish to address the commission? Northrup?
Thank you. I would just like to second the words of Jen and Marilyn regarding the situation at Los Alamos. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Your name for the record, if you would, please.
I'm Bonnie Corman, and I've been working with Jean and Marilyn and others for years on this, and there's at least one town councilman who's been very concerned about this and on it and addressing it for many years. I'd like to bring to your attention that Senator Udall has been, in the last few months, really focused on the cleanup and trying to get the monies for it, and addressing it a lot. And I know that nuclear safety advocates who are in Washington all the time say that Congress, and you probably know this even just from the news, Congress does not want to put more money into nukes, nuclear bombs, and weapons. And the monies are going down and down. And the monies that are there really need to be targeted for mitigation, cleanup, smaller projects there, and that is the direction that it's going. So we need to seize on this, opportunity to really focus on this. I also think about it all the time, the catastrophic fires that we've had in a little bit over a decade, and we are downwind. Santa Fe, Albuquerque, they're downstream, they get the water, we get the air. And this, material is not safeguarded, not at all. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to? Please. I believe you're on the agenda, though. Are you not?
I'm on the agenda.
Okay.
One of the bottom ones, but I'm on.
Yeah, you're on the agenda, so at that time we'll give you the opportunity. Yes, sir. Anybody else? Please.
Morning. I'm the other Malone in the room this morning. I'm Brad Malone. I'm chairman of the board of the Taos County Chamber of Commerce, and this seems like I'm going to be talking about fluff after that really serious, nuclear waste. I can say that that we're a weird chamber of commerce. We believe projects like that create jobs, and that's something that needs to happen, and so we promote anything that helps clean up the environment and create jobs in our community. I wanted to give just a real brief update. I came here a year ago and told you guys what the chamber was up to. I'm back now to tell you that in 2013 we did not hire an executive director because we chose, the board chose to pay off debts. And about this time last year we had $25,000 in loan debt, we had $8,000 in payables, we had payroll issues, on and on and on, and all of those things were fixed. We have $30,000 in the bank. One loan of about $6,000 is remaining to be paid off. That's all going to happen this year. We have a new board composed primarily of small businesses like Moxie and Red Cat and the Storyteller Theater. And we're taking our board meetings out into the community. Tomorrow's our first community board meeting. It's going to be at the Storyteller Theater at 9 a.m. And I think we've invited the county to send a representative, and hopefully we'll have a lively discussion there at the beginning. We're also hoping to have a board meeting in the Old County Courthouse, maybe more than one, sometime in February or March, if possible. And we're having our first Fiber to Business Forum of the year on February the 7th. We're seeking funding, and we're working with UNM to develop some curriculum to teach businesses that what this fiber program is not 1980s style DSL, that it is 21st century technology that has the capacity to completely transform a small business. And we're hoping to strengthen the relationship to our nonprofit sector. For example, we had the Festival of Trees where we raised $36,000 for the nonprofit sector in December. It was really rewarding to write literally dozens and dozens of checks to nonprofits following that event. And that, believe it or not, because of the extreme poverty in our region, is one of the fastest growing sectors of our economy, nonprofit services in Taos and Taos County. We also did want to reiterate that our offer of mediation in any disputes between you guys and the town stands. We did identify 3 retired district court judges, including Jay Harris, Joseph Caldwell, and Jim Hall, who are willing to mediate any disputes between you guys and the town, including on the E911, potentially on the airport, depending upon what happens this morning over at the town, and on the potentially the ACD issue, which we are just hoping that we can all come to terms and move forward quickly with these things, because getting the issues out on the table in a mediation environment might move us forward as we get ready to do some economic development, because I know you guys are eager to do that, and you've got lots of plans, and I think we should just go ahead and do it. So thanks again for your time.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Blankenhorn?
Thank you. Thank you, Brad, for coming today and giving us that presentation. Just real brief on the E911, we're making an offer to the town today, hopefully. It's certainly on the agenda, and it's going to be a point of discussion. So I think it's a good offer, and hopefully that'll resolve the issue. On ACD, as you know, the town of Taos dropped their participation in the Main Street ACD program. Taos County staff worked real hard and picked up the ball, and so we've made that decision to take that project over with the consent of the state, and it's critical, it seems to me, that the Chamber of Commerce be part of that. So we just hope that you partner with us and make that the best plan that we can come up with.
Yeah, there is. I've got this huge binder that a citizen gave to me just before Christmas, filled with information. Hundreds of hours, tens of thousands of dollars committed by the city, and hundreds of thousands by the state. A lot of effort went into that.
Yeah.
And what happened isn't appropriate to discuss in this forum right now. But I can tell you that there was an absolute dropping of the ball by just about everybody involved, and that means that we need to honor the work that was done by all of those citizens who gave all of that time. And why aren't they involved anymore? That raises questions in my mind. Why did they leave that effort? So that's where we need to approach it from, rather than start a whole new system over on the side where we're duplicating again and again. That's going to totally waste everybody's time and money. Let's go back to what we had and use that, and let's fix this ACD problem, because that organization is still not in good standing with the state. It is out of good standing, and that's been that way for a couple of years. We've been trying to get that fixed at the chamber, but they just won't listen to us.
Well, I believe that we will get that fixed, and I agree. I think we need to build on the work that's been done and move forward.
Right. And you guys are just as capable of doing it as anybody. Hopefully it'll happen really quickly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Not? We'll go ahead and move on with the agenda. Next item is board appointments, selection and appointment of chairman of the Taos County Board of Commissioners. Commissioners, I'd like to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to serve in this capacity for the last year. I thank you, staff. It's been fun. We've had a lot of fun doing it. I think at this time we need to give somebody else that opportunity, and I'd like to recommend or make a nomination to nominate Commissioner Romero for this position.
Second that.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Romero, are you willing to take this bull by the horns?
Mr. Chairman, I'm honored that I've been nominated, and there's a second to the motion, and I look forward to continuing the good work that you have done for the last couple of years. Mr. Chairman, I haven't seen a commission and a staff and elected officials that have been so much able to move the county forward in all points, from all of the elected officials to the staff. It's just amazing to see how much advanced Taos County is at this time. And so I look forward, Mr. Chairman, to be able to continue that effort and working with the rest of the commission for the rest of the year as it sits, along with our management team, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a motion on the floor. We do have a second. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Commissioner?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, along with that, Commissioner Barone, I would like to wish you much luck on your next endeavor. I know we're not probably supposed to play politics in commission meetings, but I'm going to do it anyway, and just wish him good luck on your seeking of the position of the mayor for the town of Taos. I think you would do an awesome job. Okay, we'll move then forward to item B, which is the selection and appointment of the vice chairman of the Taos County Board of Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to nominate Commissioner Sanchez.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Sanchez, are you willing to take on that responsibility?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it's an honor. As you just mentioned earlier, I think we've got a good team going, and I'd like to continue that. Thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, congratulations. We'll move on to item C, selection and appointment of a representative and alternate for the Intergovernmental Council, the IGC of the Enchanted Circle.
Mr. Chairman, who's serving there now?
I currently serve Commissioner Dudon.
Are you willing to stay on board?
I do.
So moved.
Second.
To nominate Mr. Chairman Romero.
Thank you, Commissioner Dudon. Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 You'll get used to it. Yes. Thank you. We'll move on to item D, selection and appointment of a representative alternate for the okay, we did that? Okay, actually, this is the Intergovernmental Council and the Landfill Board.
Who's serving there now?
I currently do that.
Like to stay on?
Sure.
Nominate?
Unless, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Dudon, if there's anyone else that wants to take on that capacity. Okay. So there was a motion by Commissioner Dudon. There's
Second.
a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. We'll move on then to item E, selection and appointment of a representative and alternate for the New Mexico, the CIA multi-line pool board.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner, just 1 second before we go on, did we need alternates for C and D also, Steve?
I believe we do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, thank you for that correction, Commissioner Baroni. Well, can we then go up to item C for that alternate for the IGC?
who's the alternate chairman?
I am not sure.
I believe I am.
Yeah.
And I'll serve.
Stay.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay.
Right.
Is there a-
Commissioner Barone? Alternate.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. And we'll do the same alternate for the landfill board? Okay.
Nominate Commissioner Barone as the alternate.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Very good. The alternate for, actually, the representative, item E, for the multi-line pool board, who currently is?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yeah.
So move to nominate Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Is there a second?
I don't know, you wish to stay, because I think Commissioner Sanchez was interested in serving on that one.
That'd be fine with me.
with you?
Absolutely, yes. I'll nominate Commissioner Sanchez.
I'll second that.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay,
Need a alternate?
alternate, yeah.
Who was the alternate?
Did we have an alternate?
I don't think we had an alternate.
I don't believe so.
I'll be the alternate.
I make a motion
Alternate?
to.
Sure.
Okay, nominate Commissioner Black.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item F. This is selection and appointment of the representative and the alternate to the Taos County Economic Development Corporation, TCDC. The way it sits now, Chairman Baroni is the representative of Taos County. I am on the board as well, but I represent the public sector on the board and not through Taos County.
You wish to stay, Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Okay, so move to appoint Commissioner Brown.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, the alternate for TCDC.
Make a motion to nominate Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Second that.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Move on to item G, selection and appointment of the member and alternate for the Northern Pueblo Regional Transportation Planning Organization, and I currently sit on this board as well.
You wish to stay?
Yes, Mr.
So
Yeah.
move to Nominate Chairman Romero.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need an alternate? We do that later.
We can do that after. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, the alternate for Northern Pueblo?
I nominate Commissioner Duran.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item 7 then, presentations. Item A, this is one of my favorite parts, is the presentation of the Employee of the Month certificates for the month of December of 2013. And I would like to welcome to the boardroom Mr. Carl Wilson, who is the with Solid Waste, and Mr. Steve Trujillo, who's also with Solid Waste. Mr. Mike Trujillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. You can come down here to the bottom, and I will introduce our Employees of the Month for December 2013. And standing next to me is Mr. Carl Wilson, who has been an employee for 2 years with Taos County and has done a tremendous job for the solid waste program. And he was nominated by his peers as Employee of the Month for 2013. And he's getting a day off, getting $25 in cash. And here's his certificate. And congratulations, Carl, for doing an outstanding job. And next, we have Mr. Steve Trujillo, who is also an employee of the Solid Waste Department and has been an employee for 7 years with Taos County and has also done a tremendous job for Taos County. I had the opportunity to go throw trash over at that transfer station, and it's one of the cleanest I've ever seen. He keeps it pretty well up to date. So again, Steve has done a great job. Congratulations, Steve. And he also gets a day off and $25. Don't spend it all in one place. Congratulations, Steve. You stand over there. I'll take a picture. Yeah, go ahead. Cool. Right on. Okay. This one should be faster. Congratulations.
Mr. Bellis.
Just wanted to echo a lot of what Mike Trujillo said with regards to our solid waste department, and Edward, director, has done an amazing job in moving solid waste for Taos County forward. But along with that, the staff is definitely behind him, and they're doing an awesome job. And thank you, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Trujillo, for being here. Okay. With that, we'll then move on to item 7B. This is a presentation regarding the filming of the commission meetings. Ms. Candace O'Donnell, welcome back.
Good afternoon. Good morning, commissioners, chairman, newly appointed chairman, vice chairman, staff, attorney, viewing audience. It's good to see everyone. Happy New Year. I have missed being in these meetings, and today I'm going to present some key points I brought up the last time I was here. One, some history First, regarding UNM running the PEG channel, which is Public Educational and Government Channel. 2, a quick look at the county's quotation policy and previous and current scope of work comparisons. 3, a comparison between fees showing how proclaimed savings are not savings at all. Scope of work in UNM's current contract, calculations supporting my average 5-hour meeting length, and also UNM's non-compliance with the current county contract. A little history, UNM received a contract with the town of Taos to run Channel 22 in August of 2012. The UNM bid in August 2012 for the town contract was $35,000. That was $15,000 less than what Taos Local Television bid. This year's contract with the town, like last year's, UNM gets $10,000 to buy video equipment, and the other $25,000 is to tape the Town of Taos planning meetings and the Town of Taos council meetings, and then to put it on their Media Taos site. And unlike past contracts with the former contractor, there's no mention in the contract with UNM and the town to train the public and hold regular office hours. Currently, there's no full-time executive director. If you want to learn how to use the equipment, you have to pay. 3 training sessions cost $150. In years past, former contractor, Taos Local Television, they had more services in their contracts, like free training. And since UNM took over, the Taos School Board meetings, I think we have a board member here, is Mark still here? And the Northern New Mexico Citizens Advisory Board meetings have not been cablecast. It's not clear why UNM dropped coverage of these meetings, but I do correspond with the CAB director, Manice Santisteban. This is a group that oversees the removal of legacy waste from Los Alamos. But in an email sent to me by Manice, she says, UNM would only show the CAB meetings as time allows. Of course, they haven't been aired yet. And we will see how much they will charge to air the meetings in their entirety. Most local producers have given up trying to get their material on our local cable channel. UNM set a rule that refuses the former DVD format and established guidelines requiring video conversion. So when UNM demanded this new format of August 2012, I complied. This is my long life profession, and I want to stay in the game. It cost several $1,000s to comply, but I did it. It kept me viable. During September and October of 2012, I paid an independent producer to train me and convert the county commission meetings. I upgraded my editing system to Adobe Premiere CS6, the newest version. That cost me $800. I upgraded my laptop so it could run the new editing software. That cost $200. I spent over $500 on external hard drives. All being said, I spent several $1,000s to give UNM these commission meetings the way they wanted. Now, UNM did not sign a contract with you, the county, until January 2013. That's 5 months after they took over the station. And they were running the meetings on the cable channel. During that time, there was no contract. And this is significant when I have to argue that the reason they did this was because it took less than an hour per meeting for UNM to put the county meetings into their computer, program it on the cable station, and upload to the internet. This is significant because from January 2013 until September of this past year, when you did execute contract. You paid them an outrageous amount to do this work, over $400 per hour. Technically speaking, this is important because if anyone tells you you're getting such a great deal, some would say UNM should be putting these meetings up for free. So don't think that this current contract is such a great deal, because it is not. I asked the former manager of the station for UNM, who was responsible for taking my hard drive, transferring it to the channel's computer, programming and uploading to UNM's website, how long it took him. This is his email reply. It's very short, and I quote, "To prep your delivered video to broadcast required copying the files to our hard drive," which you did yourself sometimes. I was at the station, I did that sometimes, "and typing in a scheduled time to the autoplay software. All told, about 10 minutes of actual keyboard time per show." So now, if you could first put up the, and I'm going to go through this real quick, internal quotation procedures of the county. Very quickly, I just want to point out a couple things here. Very first one. And you can, all I want is really, the top where it says 5,000 to 20,000. As you can see, this is policies for purchasing. 3 written quotes attached to this form, approved by the purchasing department, finance director, and county manager. And this was 2012. The previous year, they listed the 3 quotes, and obviously I won the contract, but as you can see that the other guy was just a couple dollars under me, and then the other company was like double. Okay, that's all I need on that one. Thank you. The next one I want to show you is the request for a quotation of the previous year. And I just, if you could show the whole thing, I basically am showing you the simplicity of this scope of work that went out. It was like fill in the blanks. It was very clear, and it had a separate quote for additional meetings, and it also had a category for post-production, which at that time was the price of the DVDs. And you can see I didn't charge it. Okay, that's all I need on that one. Thank you. Next, I want to show you the scope of work that went out this year. And I really don't want to spend much time on it, but I think if you just see it, you might get an idea why it was so different. So quickly looking at this year's scope of work, it did ask for qualifications, it did ask for background and experience, it did ask for an hourly rate for recording, but it left out any mention of GRTs or post-production costs. And the new scope of work has some unusual features not seen before. As I said, it completely eliminated GRTs from the equation. I alone over the years have contributed an estimated $20,000 to the county in gross receipts taxes. It also left out post-production costs. And that means after recording the meetings, you have to ingest it into a computer, you put it on an editing timeline, and then you convert it, after which you transfer it to a hard drive, and you give it to Channel 22 and the county clerk. That's fine. I just wanted to show you how wordy and how it's just very strange. So this last scope of work would be like asking former Chairman Baroni to give a bid on Vigas and corbels, but having to just get a quote for raw materials and no place to add carving costs. would be like asking Mr. Duran, who's my commissioner, to bid on a hauling project, but only being asked for the cost of materials and not transportation costs. My recent quote for videotaping the county commissions was based on an average of 5-hour meetings. UNM gave you a flat rate. Actually, as I will demonstrate soon, based on this 5-hour average, which I have supporting documentation, even for the 7 meetings they've done, that my average bid is $23 less than UNM's flat rate. You know, commissioners, I was not given the opportunity to contribute to the scope of work, even though I have provided this and similar services to the county for 27 years. Review of this scope of work raises some red flags as to UNM contributing to the design of the scope of work, thereby biasing selection. Further, given my history with the county, it would seem that I should have at least been offered the opportunity to negotiate a contract first, nor did the county ask if I would match UNM. As it happens, my small minority-owned business can match what UNM offers as a result of the capital improvements I've made in the past year and a half to the tune of several $1,000s. And yes, if asked if I would do special meetings and not go above the budgeted amount, yes, I would. So if you could go to the next meeting fee comparison, flat rate and hourly rate, and also the contract bid comparisons. And this would be the only 2 documents I would hand to the commission, if I may. I know you have it on your screen, but I just wanted you to have these 2. I didn't want to pass out a lot. So it's, if you could each take. So, briefly showing you the meeting fee comparison, UNM gave you a flat rate, and they get $916.67 a month, which if you do 2 commission meetings a month, that's just a flat rate of $458.33. You look at the hours, and then what's next to it where it says Camino, that was the new bid that I made, which basically evens out in the long run to what UNM has done, but it is an hourly rate as per requested in the scope of work. And, you know, you can see 3.5 hours, $315, which was less than what I got in the previous year. And then you go 4 hours, $355, which is $5 more than I got in the previous. If you go to 4.5 hours, it's $395, which is $5 less than what I got. And if you go to the 5 hours, it is $435, where before I'd gotten $400. And then once you get to 5.5 hours, it does jump, but I'm going to show you documentation that even now you're still not going over 5 hours. So the contract bid comparisons, UNM got the full amount. On my bid, I did not, which is an actual, UNM got a full flat $11,000. And my 1099s of the previous year were under $10,000. The bid I made was, for the average 5-hour meeting, was $10,440. There's no hourly rate. They gave a flat rate. They get a 3-year renewal in their contract. It's like, whoa, I looked at that. I never got that opportunity. GRTs paid, UNM pays no GRTs. That accounts for a loss of $783.75. My Camino bid would have given you $778. Anyway, So those are the GRT totals, and you can take that down. Thank you very much. So the next one is the contract, and if you could just highlight it, please, where it says scope of work. So you can see the current contract and how it makes no mention of taping the meetings. So it just mentions that UNM will put these on the air. So that's really all I wanted to show there. You don't have it? It's that, just that first part. So, as I said, this current contract doesn't even mention anything about videotaping, and it only refers to putting the meetings on the channel.
Mr. Chairman, just point of clarification, this isn't the correct contract for the videotaping. This is actually the contract for the broadcasting of the video, which there's two separate contracts.
Actually, in my request for public inspections from Mr. Lopez, I asked those questions specifically, was never given any videotape recording contract, but only this. So now you're telling me you have two contracts, and I have specifically went back and forth with him as to how many contracts are there, where is the, and all he gave me was this. So I'd like to see that second contract. Are you saying, Mr. Archuleta, they're getting a full, like, $22,000? You've broken the contracts into
There's two contracts, yes, that's correct.
So,
there's always been two contracts out there, one for the videotaping and one for the actual broadcasting.
right, but where is the UNM contract? Because I never got it, my request for public inspection. Can you get that? I mean, I'd like to know, did you do it like 2 months after the fact? Because I know my last meeting was September 18th. The contract that was signed was September 19th when I requested inspection of public records.
There's always been two contracts out there, one, again, for videotaping, so it wasn't done after the fact. Those two contracts have always gone out simultaneously.
I was told by Mr. Lopez it did not exist. Where is he? Is he here?
Mr. Lopez, if you could come forward.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, we received several Inspection of Public Records Act requests from Ms. O'Donnell. We have copies of those requests and also copies of our responses, and I can represent to the Commission and the Chair that everything that was requested by Ms. O'Donnell that was in the county's possession was furnished to her pursuant to our response to her request.
So, Mr. Lopez, are there two contracts then?
There are two contracts. If she did not receive the contract for the taping of the meetings, it's because we do not believe that she requested that in her request to us under the IPRA.
Well, I don't want to argue it, but we went back and forth, and I said, is this the only contract? What about the recording for video? And this was all he gave me. So you've got two contracts split at $22,000, where in your quotation policies, you're supposed to have a formal bid procedure for that amount, but you split them into two. Where did Mr. Bellis go? Because I have just a few more documentation items I want to put up.
Any questions by any of the commission members at this time?
None at this time.
Well, I guess I will.
Go ahead.
I hate to second guess.
I'd still like
Okay.
to see that contract. I did make a request for all records, and to not get it,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say, you know, I don't want to second guess staff. I didn't see the request, and I don't know what the specifics are, but generally speaking, you know, public information requests, if there's something even close, you give it, right? I mean, that's my sense of it. You know, obviously we have nothing to hide, and so you know, it may have been a mistake to try and interpret the request too narrowly. I can't make that conclusion, but
so this just documents all along I've been saying 5 hours is what these meetings average to. And I have shown that my last contract, 29 meetings, the average meeting length was 4.74 hours. So, you know, you could total this, but if you see, I've listed all the meetings, the total hours divided to 4.74 hours, and that's the average meeting time. Okay, the next one is UNM's. They've done 7 meetings so far. Their average meeting length has been 5.07 hours. That's 35 hours divided by 7 meetings. So for administration to say I overbid, I don't believe that's true. It's not true, according to me. Thank you.
Mr. Malone, what's your perspective on this?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, these materials were not previously shown to us, so I'm seeing them as the commission is seeing them. And so let me comment on a number of different things. Some of this came up before, and I commented on it before. Would the commission prefer that I take the podium or just speak from here? I'd be happy to just speak from here if that's okay with the commission. First of all, the procurement rules that we have internally and the state procurement rules don't require that procurement be followed in the case of a fellow government entity. And Ms. O'Donnell is comparing this as though it were bids that were compared to each other. The way the process worked, and I think it's very important for the commission to understand this, is that Renelle Romero reached out to, I think, 5 or 6, the only people that she could find that she thought were in the business of doing this kind of work. And Candace was the only person that responded. We didn't have any other bids. Initially, UNM indicated that if we didn't get any acceptable bids or responses, that then they would be happy to talk to us about providing the service. So it wasn't a matter of comparing UNM, a UNM offer to a Candace O'Donnell offer. That's not the way the process worked. What happened was that Ms. O'Donnell's proposal came in, it was analyzed, and it appeared highly likely that in order to cover all of the meetings, it would exceed the budget. And based upon that, it was rejected, and it was looked at in terms of projecting the way that meetings last. As I haven't made an effort to go back and analyze looking backward, because we didn't have the benefit of that at that point, but just looking at what our typical meetings looked like. We often have more than just 2 meetings a month. We often have special meetings. We had coming up this year the land use code, which, if the commission will remember, took almost a week. I realize we're going to handle it differently, but took almost a week. It's the kind of very important matter that we would want to be sure that was recorded for the benefit of the public. And so Ms. O'Donnell's analysis, financial analysis to the commission, is based on the assumption of only 2 meetings a month, and then she assumes hours that I don't think we could, in a reasonable prediction of what is going to happen, have predicted that low of hours. When we came to the conclusion that it was no way to be certain that we had enough money to cover the hourly rate that Ms. O'Donnell was quoting us, and it was, as we discussed before the last time that Ms. O'Donnell came before the commission, she has a 2-part hourly rate, $45 an hour for the time actually spent at the commission meeting, and another $35 an hour for, I think the phrase that she used was post-production and the process of converting the materials. And if you put those two together, they total $80 an hour. So we just did a simple multiplication at different hourly assumptions. In other words, if the average was going to be 6 hours, what would it come out at? If the average was going to be 7 hours, if instead of 2 meetings a month, we had spattered in there 3 meetings several months. If we had some special situation like the land use code, what would that add to the costs? And doing each of those kinds of projections, because that's all you can do in budget matters, we always came up well in excess of the $11,000 that was available for that work. As a result of that, we made the determination that we had not received any offers that fit within our budget, and based upon UNM's offer to talk to us if we did not get any, and again, UNM wasn't trying to compete with Ms. O'Donnell. They were very clear in their response that they only were interested in talking to us if we did not receive an acceptable response. When we did not, then we spoke to them and they offered the flat rate that Ms. O'Donnell has described. And that flat rate would cover 4 or 5 days of land use code, all of the special meetings that we have. In other words, theirs was not, they were going to not charge us just an hourly rate, but a flat rate regardless of the number of meetings. And so it was one that, after conveying that information to Mr. Archuleta, he felt that was economically more favorable to the county than what we had seen before. That's the sort of economic side of it. You have to anticipate the possibility of 6, 7, or 8 hours average when you include that we often have more than just 2 meetings a month because of special meetings and things of that nature. I didn't handle the Public Records Act requests. We can go over those and look at, I mean, obviously there's nothing to hide. We, as you know, as a commission, my advice is always that you provide everything that should be provided. And I haven't reviewed exactly what the form of the request was or why Mr. Lopez viewed it as asking for the contract that was provided, but there's no mystery about what the contract provides. Obviously, Ms. O'Donnell had that information because in her chart, she cites the $916 flat fee a month. So, I mean, she had that information available. We entered into binding contract with UNM, and at this point, we're legally bound to that contract. That's an important thing to keep in mind. And again, I realize that this is just sort of random in the sense I'm not responding point by point because I've never seen these materials before. But the final thing that I want to mention is that there was commentary on the amount that we pay UNM for the broadcast work, not the recording work. Again, when UNM, this was back, I think when Jake Caldwell was still the county manager, but when UNM took over the Channel 22 operation, they said, we'd be happy to provide the service to you for the same charge that the previous contractor that ran Channel 22 was charging, and that's where that charge came from. To suggest that they're taking advantage of us seems to me inappropriate. They just said, we'll charge you the same charge that the previous contractor was charging. Any questions? I realize that was a rambling presentation, but as I said, I've not seen these materials until as you were seeing them, Commissioners.
Any questions from the Commissioners?
Chairman,
Commissioner Duran?
I think Ms. Candace has a valid argument. Do we have any legal liability if she was to?
I don't think that there is a valid argument. We followed our internal procedures. We looked at the bid. We made an reasonable evaluation of whether we thought it fit within the budget. I think if you're asking about legal liability, we would have a greater legal liability to the current folks who we entered into a contract with in good faith.
Chairman?
Commissioner
Bob or...
thank
Go ahead. Bob or Steve, what's the break-even point on the hours per, more or less?
I did some very rough calculations. Let me look there. I think that if you assume, and it's hard to answer that question directly, Commissioner Blankenhorn, because you have to assume a number of meetings. But if you assume only 2 meetings per month, which is not a valid assumption, we often have special meetings. But if you assume only 2 meetings per month and 12 months in the year, at some point below 6 hours is when the flat rate and the hourly rate starts to get to the crossover point. I can't give you exactly. At 6 hours for 2 meetings a month for 12 months of the year, Ms. O'Donnell's bid is still slightly higher than what we ended up paying as a flat fee. But you have to bear in mind that for the flat fee, we get all of our special meetings and any work studies that we want covered as well.
Yeah, I have very little doubt that it would work out slightly more beneficial. You know, that economically speaking, you average it out with the land use regulations coming up, it's probably going to be a little over 6. You know, it's not going to be a huge amount, obviously, but I understand the arithmetic and the procedures that staff used. Naturally, I also understand Candace's position, having done it for 27 years.
Mr. Chairman, so this contract is good for what, 1 year?
It's 1 year. I should have mentioned that, by the way. There was reference to the 3 renewals. That's only at the county's option. There's not 3 automatic renewals. It's a 1 year contract.
1 year contract.
Right. And it runs through the fiscal year, so there's only about 6 months remaining on it.
And I imagine you'll do an analysis at the end of the contract to see how that flat rate worked out. And, you know,
absolutely.
When you do all the arithmetic, you'll see, was it 7, was it 8?
Absolutely.
And we are under a contract right now.
We are under a contract.
We have entered into a 1 year contract.
Well, it was entered into partway into the fiscal year, so it was actually less than a full year. It goes through to the end of the fiscal year. It was entered into on September the 19th.
And so it expires at the end of June?
At the end of June, exactly.
Could I see that contract?
Absolutely.
If you're done, Commission, may I respond? First of all, the scope of work did not have any category for extra meetings. It's unfair to say I overbid when I wasn't given opportunity to include any additional meetings. It's not in the scope of work. That's really unfair. to even suggest that, oh, well, you know, we rejected her bid because we're going to have 26 meetings and this and that. Well, if you'd put it in the scope of work, I would have responded to it. As far as the 5 people contacted, those included Video Casa. That included the previous guy who doubled my bid. It did not include the guy who came close to me or with due diligence. These were bid, you know, they looked at the phone. If you'd gone on the internet, there's 3 or 4 other local businesses that were never contacted. And, you know, I'd be happy to give you those names because according to your procurement, you are supposed to get 3 quotes. You didn't. You didn't look on the internet for other producers, and there are 3 or 4 others here that you did not contact. And then to assume you could just throw out procurement, I do have UNM's letter that does indicate they're responding to a scope of work, if you want to see it, although I don't know when this letter was dated. And they don't give any qualification. They don't respond to the scope of work. They don't give any qualifications, background, experience. You know, I have a degree in broadcast journalism. And they just give you a flat rate, so they didn't respond to an hourly rate. I mean, were they privy to, you know, we're going to do all these extra meetings, so can you give us a good deal? I mean, why don't you come to me? Do you think I would have said, no, I'm not going to give you a good deal? I spent $2,000 to compete. So, with due respect, Mr. Malone, your argument that you've got land use meetings and you've got extra meetings, well, where was it in the scope of work? It wasn't there. You incorrectly analyzed my bid because based on 5 hours, I'm right in line. Plus, you're going to lose out on all your GRTs. And the argument that they just got what the previous contractor got, well, if you looked at those previous contracts, you'd see that Taos Local Television gave you much more. They gave free training. They scheduled other people's productions. They had regular hours. In the scope of work with Taos Local Television, you know, and I didn't bring it with me. So the fact that they got this outrageous amount to put up these meetings and they're not doing anything else, that's not fair to suggest that, you know, we're just going to give them the same amount as the previous contractor. Previous contractor gave you a whole lot more. This thing about special meetings, I've never done special meetings, hardly ever. So, gee, I'm sorry. Again, I didn't know it was going to be in the scope of work. Like in the previous one, you had line items to put a bid in. You're not getting beneficial GRTs. But I'd like to conclude, if I may. But first I want to conclude, call your attention to where and how UNM has failed to fulfill its current contract. Your current contract calls for the commission meetings to be posted on the Media Taos website for 90 days. That's not always being done. The meetings I gave them for July, August, and September were never on the website, except for one meeting in September. The individual running the station got fired in June. It also calls for meetings to be on the website the Friday following the meeting. And I checked yesterday, and the December 17th meeting was not on the internet. And the cable cast that was done for December 17th meeting, I saw it on the cable channel, but it had the wrong date. December 10th, it was called a special meeting. You know, I've gotten calls in the past from people who said, you know, we can't hear the meetings. And this happened with meetings that I definitely gave sound. It had sound. So now that they have recorded the meetings, they plug into your sound system. They miss key discussions, as the county attorney does not have a mic. I mean, he does today. And Commissioner Blankenhorn cuts out. If you listen to the meetings, you can see this. So I can step away from the mic right now. Switches to natural sound. That's a hard thing to do. Words are lost when you have to anticipate who's going to speak next and switch the sound. In conclusion, a scope of work clearly defined and the last scope of work. It left out GRTs, the post-production category, and a category for additional meetings. While you were told administration was taking into account 26 meetings instead of 24, that was not in the scope of work. Given you a bid and contract comparisons which support my assertion that I did not overbid, and I am right in line with UNM. I showed you why UNM didn't have a contract for 5 months, because very little work had to be performed. Maybe if Dave Travis was in the room, he's the tech guy, he could confirm that. When they did get a contract, the county ended up paying an insane hourly rate of about $458 an hour. $458 an hour for the commission meetings to be transferred to a computer, programmed, and uploaded to the internet. So, going on the assumption that that was the only contract, you entered into a contract with no hourly rate. I haven't seen the second contract, which the one I showed you had no mention of videotaping. It only refers to contract obligations to get the meetings on the cable station and internet. You've given them a 3-year renewal clause, which means small businesses effectively shut out. You know, UNM Digital Media Arts, they're good at producing videos. I like the Christmas show. Why not have them produce special programs for the county, like a monthly talk with the manager, or issues that matter to you most, like E911, or a video on the UNM CDL program? I know that program is dear to the former chairman, and I imagine you'd like it to continue, but as the commission knows, it may be forced to shut down because they can't find an instructor. So maybe making a video and putting it on social media would find a new CDL instructor. You know, let UNM educate your constituents about county government and jobs, instead of asking them to compete in the small business market with minority-owned businesses like mine. I want to work with UNM. If I videotaped and you know I want this contract back, they could send me students. I could train them. You know, I could even hire them. You know, while the commission may need more time to evaluate the contract with UNM and their performance, you know, my contract with the county could be renewed. As far as termination, there's always clauses to terminate. There's a legal way to terminate a contract. You can do it with or without cause. I mean, this argument that you're legally binded, I mean, in my contract it was, if you go over a certain amount, we're just going to cut it. And that's it. It's like, okay, this contract, yeah, you got to send them a letter. You don't have to explain why. Anyway, it does mean a lot for me to present this. And I really thank you for listening, and I hope you do vote to restore my contract. And I will work with the county in any way. But I wasn't really given that chance.
Thank you, Candace. Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, 3 very quick points. Just factual points. Ms. O'Donnell says that the scope of work doesn't mention work studies or special meetings. Let me read it to the commissioners. I don't know why she missed it. In addition, At Taos County's request, with at least 5 days prior notice, contractors shall record special meetings and work study sessions. I don't know why you don't think it's in
Well,
there.
but yet the scope of work called for an hourly rate for recording video. I mean, how can you even figure out if you don't know exactly how many meetings? You never said it.
Mr. Chairman, the statement was made that Video Casa was one of the people contacted. That's simply incorrect. I don't know where Ms.
Well, I can show
O'Donnell
you
gets
the
that
request for
information.
public inspection document, and that was one of the businesses listed, was Video Casa.
I'm looking at an interoffice memo from Renelle Romero, who actually did the work. I didn't make the contacts. She lists 5: Taos Video Works, IPC Video, Sierra Vista Big Game Outfitters, Camino Real Productions, and UNM-Taos. And then finally, with regard to the services that UNM-Taos does or does not provide to the community in connection with running Channel 22, that has absolutely nothing to do with us. Our contracts with them have only been for broadcasting our meetings, not for other community services. That's between, I believe, the town and UNM. The town and UNM
Previous contracts had services, other services, Mr. Malone. There were other services in previous contracts with Taos Local Television.
Thank you, Candace.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Candace. Commissioners, what are your thoughts?
Well, Commissioners, I believe this is under presentations. I think we need to direct our staff, or Mr. Malone and Stephen, to review Candace's, I guess, accusations and bring it back to us.
And, you know, I fully support UNM as an entity, but I'm also a firm believer in small business. And through experience, I'm well aware of what Ms. Candace has done for many years now. And this is something that does take away from her livelihood. She has been very professional with the production of being able to document, record our commission meetings and have them available for the public to see. Currently, I'm not sure how often UNM posts these meetings. Are they on there just once? Are they posted? Do they come out a couple of times a week, or what is the schedule?
On the cable, it's 4 times. They air a meeting 4 times. And then it's on the website.
Commissioners, I would really like to see this mediated or handled to where there are some discussions with the folks from UNM and Ms. Elston, who was interested in the contract with Taos County, and our staff. I don't know if that is something that can be done so that we can reach an amicable decision that affects all positively versus us having to make a harsh decision on this. I realize that we can probably not make that decision today, but if we could at least have the staff move forward with opening up those discussions with folks from UNM and Ms. Elston as to O'Donnell as to how this can be handled. I don't know how the rest of the commission or even the staff feels about that.
Chairman, I was hoping you'd vote on it today. I'm just really confused how the first time we presented, you said bring it back, and usually you have on the agenda decisions regarding the following, and your agenda format has changed. I'm a little confused. I was hoping for some decision today.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. O'Donnell, I think that we cannot make a decision today because it's under presentations. But, Mr. Chairman, how long would it take for staff to look into this and bring it back, and then do it under decisions and considerations on the next time, no? How long would it take?
Mr. Chairman, we can bring this back at the next commission meeting.
Okay.
We have that analysis.
And Ms. Archuleta, do you feel that you could possibly sit at the table with both UNM, UNM understanding that this is affecting a small business, a small minority-owned business? Are they willing to go back a little on the current contract somehow and willing to work with Ms. O'Donnell on this? And I would hope that they would be able to, and I would invite that to the table, and hopefully our staff is able to do that as well.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, I'm sorry, Chairman Romero, I can't speak for UNM. All I can do is ask, so we can talk to them.
Is that fine, Mr. Chairman? Is that fine for the next one?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my suggestion is, in accordance with what everybody else has suggested, is to also take into consideration the quality. So, I know Candace has made certain accusations about my words being cut off. First off, so yeah, just consider that as one of the factors. And then I had a question was Candace given the opportunity to make a flat rate bid? Or was it strictly by the hour? Was her only option by the hour, or was she given an opportunity to flat rate it?
Commissioner, the short answer is that she was not given the opportunity. The longer answer is that in the initial part of the process, we had to follow our internal procurement code. We did not have to follow it with UNM because they're a fellow government entity.
Right.
We would have violated procurement to have gone back to Ms. O'Donnell and said, give us a flat rate bid without opening the entire process to a flat rate bid.
Right, and you hadn't been aware previously that UNM would make an offer on a flat rate?
No, the UNM's response to the initial inquiry to them was, we're not going to respond now because we're not interested in competing with anybody else.
Right.
If you don't get satisfactory responses, then talk to us and we'll see whether we can help or not.
Oh, but it was going to be based on a flat rate?
No, it was simply come back and talk to us. It was after we came back and talked to them that they offered the flat rate.
And were they aware of your budget number?
Not that I know of. I didn't have those discussions. Now, Ms. O'Donnell has said at a previous meeting that they were aware of her contract because of her own conversations with them, but that was not something we conveyed to them.
Thank you.
But the letter from UNM, which I have, responding to the scope of work, they did respond to scope of work, but they gave a flat hourly rate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council, do we need some sort of a motion today, or we can just move along in the agenda? Just that direction?
Direction is fine.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Very good.
Commissioner, can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure. Is that okay?
Motion in a second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Well, yeah.
Motion to come back into session?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, presentations. Item 7C, this is a presentation regarding the surface waters in Ranchos de Taos. Mr. Gonzalez, Pablo Gonzalez, welcome.
How's everybody?
Doing well, thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was here about 3 weeks ago in regards to the surface waters that are being trampled in Rancho de Taos. Now, I started fighting this case in 1978 when I first noticed that the two big acequias were putting a board in the middle. See, looks like they made that water gate intentionally. The acequia for the Llano Quemado, which is the acequia del Final Francisco Martinez, is on the left side going west, and the acequia sequía del Rio Grande is on the right, and we're in the middle of the big compuerta, and see the sequía del Llano Quemado, they allowed them 40 inches on 555 acres. And the sequía del Rancho de Taos, del Rio Grande, they allowed them 679 acres. And we're in the middle, and they only allowed us 23 inches for 3 acequias. And the sequía where I irrigate, the sequía en medio de los ríos, we have 59 acres, and the sequía bajo la loma, which is on the same water gate further down, it's 51 acres, and then there's the Saucito dish. The Saucito dish comes further down, but the same entrance. Okay, now what they do is they put a board, the 2 big acequias, they put a board in the middle. When the water starts decreasing, they put a board, and the water deflects to the 2 big acequias. Now, I have been a commissioner of the sequía en medio de los ríos for probably 5-7 years, and I spend a lot of time and effort and gasoline going and checking out to see whether the board is there. There's a board in the middle, no? Now, the thing is that, okay, when they granted those waters, see, they did not allow waters to other dishes further down below the highway. There's almost 900 acres. And Pablo Trujillo and his son can attest to that. They irrigate through the sequía Jaroso, which was constructed, like I told you, before the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. And then there's the sequía en medio, which Pablo Trujillo also irrigates through there. And that was also constructed before the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. After the Pueblo Revolt, there was another one after 1892. Now, these acequias below the highway, they only irrigate when there's a spring runoff. Now, years back, there was a lot of water, but now it doesn't snow anymore, so now we're feeling the pinch. And now, like I said, in 1978, that's when I started noticing that they were stealing the waters, and I contacted Roberto Gonzalez, but he didn't do nothing. It's been about 2 years that I noticed that there had to be something wrong on these 679 acres and 555 acres. I noticed that there had to be some kind of a click there. So I went to the state engineers. And, well, I already had those papers that the state engineers gave me around 1978. And I have the copies, but I didn't know. I never gave it a breakdown as to how many acres there was. So then I came to the to the county assessors, and there's, on the Sequía Madre, there's at least 130 acres that are not registered with the county assessors. Now, with the Sequía del Llano Quemado, there's at least 180 acres. Now, besides, over here at the county assessors, they have a rule that says that if an acre is not illegal, the property is not legal unless you have more than an acre. In order to be considered an irrigated property, you have to have more than an acre. So there's a lot of properties like around the St. Francis School, by the post office, little patches, that, they're considered,
Fallow?
There's a name for it. Let me think.
Fallow? Land that isn't irrigated, fallow?
No, it's not irrigated.
Fallow?
Could you help me out? What's the name of the properties that they call it after an acre? If it's not more than an acre, how do they call them? I mean, if it's less than an acre.
It's not
residential. Yeah, it's residential. It's considered as residential, for building houses or whatever. And I can attest to that because I gave my son about an acre so he would build a house, about 15 years ago. But then he decided to go to Albuquerque, and being that it's not more than an acre, he pays $180 because it's residential. It has to be more than an acre in order to be considered irrigated. So now, leaving one thing for another, now see, on this 555 acres in Llano Quemado, I noticed that what they did, they even included land grants to make a total of 555 acres. That is a fact. Now, another thing that I proved through Delfinio Valerio and his brother, they told me that, see, because I have a paper over here when they granted those waters in 1935, and most of those people that made that paper were mostly from Llano Quemado. And the Valerio brothers will attest to that. I don't know what happened, whether the other ones fell asleep or whatever, what happened. But see, on the Sequía Madre, the Rio Grande, they have 679 acres, but the main water only goes as far as the Fernandez, which is about 1/4 of a mile below the road. I can't remember how they call that road that goes up and down towards Taos. Now, but there's a branch there before getting to that main road, and that road, it's a branch of the Sequía Madre, and that with that branch with that ditch, that branch, they are irrigating properties in Pot Creek, the waters in Sunshine. What I noticed one day, it's been about 3 years that I was in Ranchitos, and the Sequía de, how do they call it? Bonifacio Martinez has a meadow there. I don't know if you're familiar with that meadow. It's 35 acres. That day that I was there, they were irrigating that meadow with water from the Rio Chiquito. And it just happened that that same day, they were cleaning the ditch of the Sequía Madre. And those properties belong to the Sequía Madre. But they take turns irrigating those properties around that Sunshine area. So I followed the ditch of the Rio Chiquito, and the Rio Chiquito, that ditch and the branch that comes from the Sequía Madre, they branch together, and when they don't irrigate with one ditch, they irrigate with another, and so they're taking turns irrigating those properties of the Sunshine. Now we're over here, I'm just below that inner road going to the hot springs, just a little ways, and we don't have any water. Now, what I'm trying to say is that, okay, the Sequía del Llano Quemado, they're having problems. Okay, the canyon that comes, you know, the water that comes from the Ojo, the hot springs, that canyon, they have a cipher to bring the water underground, to bring the water up to the top of the mountain, to the top of the mesa, and they're irrigating properties on top of the mesa when we don't have any water on the sides of the river. And let me see. Okay, now I gave you some copies some while back. I don't know if you took a look at them, if you investigated them, but we brought the state engineers at one time. Well, it's been about 3 years. Pablo Trujillo was there and a few other guys. But when I contacted the state engineers in Santa Fe, I told them about the problem, but they said that they could not make any of the changes that are already taking place, that have already taken place. But they came over, and Pablo Trujillo and a few other guys were there, but they sided with the other two big acequias. And we had a conference, me and a few others, we had an argument with them, and can I read something over here in regards to the waters?
Go ahead, Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay. It says that through custom and tradition, from time immemorial, the aforesaid community acequias on the Rio Grande del Rancho share the water so that no acequia or individual member is completely deprived of water. Basically, each acequia takes all the water it needs in times of plenty, being sure to leave enough water in the river for lower acequias, and in times of shortage, every acequia takes less so that there is no water for part, or let me see, okay. Every acequia takes less so that there is water for all landowners, that the spirit of sharing available water is part of the repartimiento system, that through custom and tradition, from time immemorial, these acequias have always shared water equally and have always acted as if they all have equally priority dates or dates of first construction of the acequia. Now,
Mr. Gonzalez, what is it that you would like for the county commission to help you out with? How do you want us to get involved? Obviously, this is a matter of the acequias, and there has been some, it appears that there's been some litigation in the past, and there's been some decisions that have been made. Obviously, you feel that you've been wronged, as well as the other members of the other acequias. What is it that you wish for this commission to do?
Okay, do you have any clout in helping the acequias?
I'm not sure that we're able to get involved in a dispute of this sort, and I would depend on our county manager as well as our attorney to give us some thoughts as to how they feel that we need to proceed with this.
There's a paper that needs to be overturned. Me and my wife talked to the attorney for the acequias in Santa Fe, and she invited us to go and have coffee. And when we were there, my wife offered her a cup of coffee, and she said, she told her, "Are you trying to bribe me?" So my wife said, "No, but there's a paper. I have a paper over here that took place in 1991 in Santa Fe, in Albuquerque, about the waters." And the thing is that, what was the name? Reynolds, Attorney Reynolds. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's the one that worked that case at that particular time.
Mr. Gonzalez, is there any litigation at this time?
Well, let me explain what the attorney for the acequias told me. See, after she said, "Are you trying to bribe me?" She told my wife. So we sat down, and she said, "This paper that I have over here that took place in 1991 through Attorney Reynolds," he says, "this case has to be overturned for the better." Well, that was in 1991. To me, that's a lifetime, and that's the case is Archuleta and Arellano versus the United States, just like the case that the people from El Prado are defending. Now, me and Pablo went to that meeting when they had a meeting over here some while back about that particular case in regards to the people from El Prado versus the Indians. And I asked, what's his name, Martinez from Arroz Seco, and he said that they're autonomous. But it's the same case. They're fighting. It's Arellano and Archuleta versus the United States, and that's how these cases that I have are also addressed. The United States versus Arellano and Archuleta versus the United States. Well, how come he was defending one and not the other? And now they're telling me that that they're autonomous. Now, I have a paper over here about all the things that the Taos acequias have defended, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that they have defended in court, which would be comparable to what we have over here, or what I'm trying to defend in Rancho de Taos.
Mr. Gonzalez, I would be very happy, because you're in my district, you're my constituents, to meet with you folks, and if you can show me physically the acequias and the areas that are being affected by this. And then what I can do is either, have a meeting with our staff and our attorney and find out whether there is something that we can in fact do with this, or if it's something that you actually have to, if it's not in litigation, maybe pursue
Yes,
on your own.
yeah, we would like to meet with you, but let me tell you about something else. Okay, you're familiar with Bacarte properties in Los Cordobas, where they built a mansion now?
Correct.
That's 59 acres. It is recorded over here with the Seca del Rio Grande, the Seca del Rancho that runs to the San Francisco School, where they have that property under the Seca Madre, 59 acres. Now, when I was small, I used to pasture cows over there, and I was always, doing fregaderas, like they say, that sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, and I know everything in all those properties. And then this other Seca in Ranchitos, Bonifacio, that's 35 acres. Now, it's recorded over here with the Seca Madre, but it's also being irrigated
through
the Seca del Rio Chiquito.
Right.
But it also merges with that branch of the Seca Madre, and when they're not irrigating with one, they're irrigating with the other. Now, how about, that property where Merlin Romero has his barber shop?
Right.
That's 22 acres. They also have that property included under the Seca Madre. That's 22 acres, and we're right below the road, that inner road going towards El Ojo. I'm just below there, and we don't have any water. So there has to be something wrong.
Mr. Gonzalez, again, if you would allow me to possibly meet with you folks on a one-to-one basis.
Okie doke.
I'm willing to give my time to go out there and look at the areas that are being affected by it. And again, I'm hoping that, if this hasn't been in court, I'm looking at some of the documentation that was included in today's agenda, and it's obvious that there is some court history already. And so we want to make sure that you don't jeopardize your standing either as well in this, and just want to be able to look at it more closely. It's not something that we can make a decision on today as far as I'm concerned, but I think it'd be best to go and meet with you in person and look at the affected areas, if that's okay.
Why don't you announce it on the radio whenever you're ready for us? And this way they'll know that it was broadcasted, because a lot of times they say, well, I didn't know anything about it. But below the highway, in the valley, I'm not including Camino Bajo la Loma, but below there's 900 acres that, at one time they used to irrigate when there was a lot of runoff. Now there's no runoff. And Pablo Trujillo is included there. He's got a lot of property and a whole bunch of others, no? And now, another thing, okay, now, the Seca del Rio Chiquito, and I think I already mentioned it. In 1920, they petitioned for so many acres. I think they gave him 541 acres, or so many acre feet. Now, the attorney, he was a Japanese, supposedly, by the name of Yu. He said you can have those waters from April the 15th to September the 30th, or 168 days. After that, release those waters back to the river. But see, the people from Talpa, Duran, what's his name? I can't remember right offhand. Duran and Alex Ortiz. Now, see, they have padlocks on the mouth of a canyon. Now, in order to get to that water gate, you have to come down, that steep hill, and then come back and see what's going on. But they have a padlock. They're not supposed to have a padlock. Now, they release those waters. When those waters start freezing and getting to their property, you know that once those waters freeze, they start overspilling and getting to their properties. That's when they release those waters.
Mr. Gonzalez, let's do that. Why don't you and I meet, and Mr. Trujillo and others that are involved in these matters, and let's discuss it.
See, the thing is, we have
outside of a commission meeting, and let's see if there's
we'll do that.
something that we can do,
so
that we can move forward with the agenda that the commission has
Okay,
today.
but there's 59 acres right there where I live, and they don't have, the animals don't have any water in the wintertime.
Okay.
But Duran, what's his name? Wille Medina, I've checked him out. And he has running water for his chickens, not too big, but in front of his patio, he's got running water for his chickens in the middle of the summer. And then I was told by different other guys in Talpa that he was selling water to those Anglo people that live in El Tros, that have horses.
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you.
Yes, okay.
And we will meet.
Thanks a million.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a phone number, Mr. Gonzalez?
583921.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on then to item 8, resolutions and ordinances. Resolution number 2014-1. Mr. Archuleta?
Mr. Chairman, legal's good to go ahead and take this one on resolution number 2014-1. I'll alert the commission that you actually have a paper with red outline in front of you, so that's the latest version.
Okay.
This is the annual resolution that the commission has to pass each year in connection with the Open Meetings Act, establishing the reasonable notice requirements for our various meetings. Because I was out of town for the holidays, Steve drafted this, and when I got back yesterday, I looked at it and added 2 additional changes that are redlined. So everything that you saw in your electronic versions is the same, with the exception of the 2 things that I've added, and I'll direct your attention to those things in Section 1, Paragraph 2. If there are additional regular meetings beyond the 2 per month, it had provided for 10 days' notice. The statute doesn't require that. That's overly restrictive. You often schedule an additional meeting a week hence, and I didn't want you to be restricted in that fashion. It would still be covered by the 72-hour provision that's in the resolution. The larger change that I made was page 3 of 5, Section 3. I added paragraph 3, and that was to accommodate the citizens' concerns section that you just sometimes have and sometimes don't have, but in recent months have always had. And without that paragraph, it would not have been possible to include the citizen concerns section.
Mr. Malone, on page 2 of 5, with regards to newspapers of general circulation, right now we consider not only the Taos News is the official newspaper, but as far as other newspapers are concerned, are there any?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know who else we give those notices to. Rennell sends out those notices. It's anybody that has made a written request for notice.
Okay, so because in the past, I believe the Albuquerque Journal had been used as a newspaper of general circulation. They recently posted that they're no longer going to be publishing or distributing the newspaper, the Journal North, but on certain days of starting February 1st, I believe.
No longer daily.
So no longer a daily newspaper. So I would imagine that they're no longer going to be able to be utilized for posting of our meetings if we've used them before.
Okay, thank you for that information. It won't require any change here because it's not specific to any newspaper.
Yeah, very good.
Any other questions on that?
Thank you, Mr. Malone. Is there a motion?
As amended.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we'll go on to item 9, department matters. Item A, the E911 construction matters. Mr. Richard Sanchez, construction administrator.
Chairman Romero, commissioners, in your electronic packet, you should have a copy of the spreadsheet for the total construction costs for the new E911 center? And if not, I can put it up on screen.
We do, but could you put it up on the screen? I think it'd be good for the public also to view it.
Okay, Commissioners, as you can see, what I'm asking for right now on this particular presentation is we have 5 items that are over $20,000 in the projected budget for the construction of E911. Normally, we would bring the quote before the commission and get approval of the quote and then take it to contract and so forth. What I would like to do is I would like to request that the manager be granted authority, manager and attorneys be granted authority to approve the request for a purchase order. We would still bring the contract to the commission and everything for those 5 particular items. The first one is the security fence, which is $25,000. The second item would be the security and integration around 599 Lovato, which is $29,000, what we've budgeted. Third item would be the evidence and gun vault for the sheriff's office, which we've budgeted $46,000. There is an item, the 4 tons of cooling capacity, $35,000. Actually, that's the next item that I'm going to ask you. I have a quote for it, and we'd like to have it approved so that we can move it forward into contract. The tower and electrical, that one's already been approved, so that one's not there. But what I'd like to do is, like I said, only to keep the project moving forward. The example is today's request for approval on the bid. I received the quote on the 19th, and we're just getting ready to approve it today, which is 20 days later. And if we're going to make the project move forward, it just help expedite it.
Mr. Chairman, on this security fence and gate control, $25,000.
Yes, sir.
When they were located at the old armory, there was no gate, no fence. Why do we need it out here?
Commissioner, a couple of these items were requested by the sheriff, and they're highlighted, and you can see areas of possible reduction in the costs. This is something that the administration, yourselves, and the sheriffs could discuss. I understand when they were located at the old armory, there is a fence, but they never locked the gate. So I think they just like having their vehicles secure, but it is something that it's not an absolute. It's something that the sheriff and the commission can discuss, and they can put it or not put it. Like I said, that's an area that could be money saved. Also, the gun vault. The gun vault is $46,000. That would be for an evidence and gun vault that we'd have to build outside. That's an estimated construction cost based on the square footage that they have in the existing area. I was hoping we could convince the sheriff to keep the evidence vault in the second floor of the detention facility, but that's another item. Like I said, that's up to the commission and the sheriff to discuss and decide how they want to move forward on those particular items. The one other item, the security glass at reception, that's budgeted. There's 2 reception areas in the planning building that would have to get security glass and a glove shelf so that when public comes into the sheriff's office, the reception ladies are not exposed to the public when they're by themselves. We could save half of that. I don't know if they want both of the desks operational or if just one. So those particular items are.
Let me ask the question again. Did they have that at the old armory? I don't think so.
They had at the old armory, the security desk, they did have glass there at the security desk, and we also have glass over here so that when they have to pass forms or reports, they're not exposed to the public.
Sanchez, would you know if keeping evidence locker over there, would that be the chain of custody of that evidence
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the procedures. I mean, if they're booking people into the jail, I would think it'd be just as easy to book the evidence into the upstairs evidence locker, and then it's there until the trial. But I'm not familiar with the sheriff's or the district attorneys and the court's procedures for the chain of evidence. So that's something that we would have to look at.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roney, that is a good and valid point. And is it necessary to duplicate what we already have that is working perfectly well and would not interfere with the work of 911 being in that same location? Because once that evidence is taken, the sheriff doesn't touch it anymore, correct?
That's my understanding. I don't know their procedures for handling evidence, so I can't speak to that. The gun vault, though, is something that they do need because we're planning on using the gun vault as our server room. I've looked at if we don't have to construct an evidence vault, we can purchase a large gun vault with fire rating and put it inside the building for them for between $4,000 and $10,000, depending on how big a gun vault. And this is a fire-rated gun vault for 1,300 degrees for 2 hours, so their equipment would be protected in the event of a fire. I do believe they do need the guns, the armory in their office area. So, and we need the space for our server room. But that is a significant savings over building a concrete structure for evidence.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Sanchez, yeah, that $46,000, that's quite a bit of money that we could save there on something elsewhere. We could use, if it's like you're saying, $4,000, we can use those other monies elsewhere. And also, we're always asking this question. I know Commissioner Baronzi's always bringing this up. It's going to be local employment for our people in Taos County instead of taking it out of our county. Our GRT's here.
We're working on that. I've already filled out all the applications to get the contractor's license for the county. And so if we do build the gun vault, I'm hoping we would general it ourselves and then put it out to bid, break it up in small enough pieces that the additional subcontractors here in Taos could go after. And
also, Mr. Sanchez, I know Commissioner Duran brought this question up on the security fence. They didn't have it then. Now they want it here. You know, I mean, that's $25,000. Just looking at the evidence in gun vault, 46, and then the security for 25. That's like $71,000 savings.
It's substantial. It is. That's why I highlighted it. But it's in the effort to relocate him. Those were items that he requested. So we built it into the budget because it's easier to say, this is what the sheriff would like. They're not absolutes, but it's something that the sheriff and the rest of the elected officials can discuss in management. But it's there. It's budgeted that way. This is the maximum that we're going to have to spend, or we can save some money. So,
Commissioner Duda.
Mr. Chairman, has anybody approached the sheriff about him going back to the old armory?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, no, we actually did not approach him in that aspect. We have pretty much utilized that space at this point. I know part of what the commission has also been looking at is relocating our Public Works Department from where we are on Herdner out to the old armory, and so that we were still continuing to reserve that. It would be, I don't think that we would have the office space with what we've moved in there at this point. In order to redo that, it would be better across the street here. Plus, it would also give us a co-location for the court systems when the officers need to come over and print a report or go over to court to testify or have access to the detention center.
Okay, well then, with that being said, the only one is, you know, I'm sure they would need the security and, I mean, not the fence, but the other items under, I'm sure he's gonna need them over here. You know, the fence, I'm a little, I don't know whether they
Commissioner
should have
Duran,
it, 'cause
Chairman.
use it over there, you know.
The other thing I'd like to say about the armory is the armory is on the Department of Justice ADA non-compliance list, whereas the planning building is all ADA compliant. Right. The one thing about the fence, I believe the fence, it's not an absolute, but I think it's a good investment for the county for the simple reason that we have, even though we have lights and everything in the fleet parking lot, we have had some vandalism and theft there. So securing the sheriff's vehicles and trailers and whatnot with a fence around the planning building, I think that would be a smart move for the security. I mean, that's a minor. The vault's a big one. The evidence vault, that one, I would like them to continue using the evidence vault that they use right now.
But let me add this. See, this is here in Taos. It ain't Peñasco.
I understand the need for the fence, and currently, do they have? Are they in a fenced-in area?
Well, currently they're not in a fenced-in area. They're on the east side of the detention facility, which has 2 cameras trained on there, and it's lighted 24 hours a day. So it's a fairly. We haven't had any issue over here. We have had some issue across the street in the parking lot.
And the planning department doesn't have the security currently. It doesn't have the lighting either.
No.
Were you planning to do lighting?
That's part of the security integration into the current system. We plan on putting cameras, lighting, card access, so that the public, it basically be what they have here. So when public comes in, they can talk to the reception people without having free access into the sheriff's areas, into the office areas. If they need to speak with them, they would be able to electronically control them. We also want to have the cameras there to video record comings and goings.
Okay. And Mr. Archuleta, you've spoken to our Sheriff Romero with regards to this, and
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. I have spoken to Sheriff Romero. He has said that if we're going to move the department, he would like the whole department to move over there together. We had talked about some different options on that, and that was the most appealing at the time, just to move the whole department over across the street.
And he's insisting on making sure that he does have the fencing, the security system, which I understand, but something that's a little bit more questionable, obviously, is the evidence in the gun vault, especially the evidence. I don't think it's necessary to have that follow him once it is, and once he reports or finishes off a case. I believe that it should, in fact, go to different hands at that point. It's not something that he would need to be after or taking care of, unless it's his responsibility. I'm not sure.
Commissioner and Mr. Archuleta, is that something that's still negotiable? Because I see on the bottom of this areas of possible 50% reduction. Is it something that you might, or Richard, you might have a conversation with the sheriff, or is this basically a done deal? And
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Brony, no, actually, what Mr. Sanchez has highlighted for you in the orange and yellow section is what is possibly negotiated and pending approval by the commission. The other thing that the commission can do is consider actually phasing these in, depending on need. If we find out that the evidence locker upstairs is just not working out, we could phase that in later on. But we could attempt to try to make sure that the sheriff has the evidence locker available to him upstairs and secures the equipment or evidence that he needs to secure at that point. So.
I like that idea.
Mr. Chairman, all this money is budgeted?
Yes, sir. We budgeted $1.4 million for equipment and construction, and we have had a little bit of slippage, but only on the E911 equipment. We lost a $50,000 equipment discount because we didn't sign a contract, but that is included also on there, and also a CES fee if we have to go through a different purchasing method. So it is there. What I also want to explain is as we spend monies from this fund, you will continue to get reports, and there'll be a third column of what we've actually expended. We didn't build any contingency into there. Usually on a construction project, you should have 2 to 3% contingency on there. This next item that I'm going to ask to you for you to approval is an example of where we're saving some money. We already have the quote for the cooling required for the server room, and it's going to be $22,617. And as you can see, we have budgeted $35,000, so we've already saved right at $12,000.
Commissioners, this money has already been budgeted, and anyway, within time, we're going to have to, because I think the evidence and gun vault should be over there, because if it's put here, and then you know how it is, they're gonna say, this people got in there, whatever.
Well, currently the sheriff, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but currently the sheriff is the only one that has a key to the gun vault and the evidence locker.
Yeah, but do we need that space up there for the?
We need the gun locker space for our well, we don't. We could use the quote dispatch room that is being used as a break room as a server room, but I would prefer to use the gun vault as the server room because it's significantly secure, and they need their guns. I mean, they need to have their armory at their office. That's something that.
That being said, I so move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Any other discussion? Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we talk about this being budgeted, what does that mean? That we've identified the source of the funds?
Yes, sir. That was.
And remind us again, the source of the 1.4 million?
Let me see. Is Mr. Cordova? Our finance director.
The majority of the funds are budgeted out of the 3401, which is the excess GRT for the building. And then the rest would be coming out of the 103, which, I'm sorry, the 103 is the excess GRT for the building. The 3401 is the remaining money left over from the building.
And we had, excuse me, and we had how much remaining money?
Last check, we were at 1.54 million, but that's continuing to grow. We're having a little bit of an increase in GRT, thankfully, that above what we budgeted, so it's coming in a little higher than we had.
Let's write the check.
Yeah, thanks. In which one of those funds are we maintaining a balance for the payoff of the Perovich land?
That would be the 103, which is the excess GRT that's coming in. And
okay, so there's 1.5 in there, and you're recommending that we maintain 700,000. Was that your recommendation?
yes, that was, I think I presented it by months, 3.5 to 4 months, I mean years, 3.5 to 4 years worth of reserve.
So more or less 800,000 out of that fund?
Yes.
And then the other 600,000 out of the 103?
Out of the 3401.
Out of the 3401, and what balance will be in the 3401?
That one, I believe, is at 1.4. I'll double check and get you an exact number. We had prepared a budget for this year for that and encumbered some of the money, but things haven't been falling in and we haven't spent it. So the balance is still a little bit higher than.
And the remaining 900,000 in that fund, what will that go towards? Or anything we want in the future?
I would recommend we keep it for any improvements to the building, any catastrophe that needs to be addressed. We would have that.
Because that fund is dedicated to this property?
Building.
Yes, that's.
Oh, is that right? That fund is dedicated to this property?
Yes. The money is the excess loan money, and it was determined prior to my taking over as county attorney that loan had been closed and those funds were available. My advice has been that we limit it to the construction of the complex.
Okay, great. On this 46,000, can we ask the sheriff to come in and make a case on that? I'm still I'm still with Commissioner Sanchez and others on that, you know, I mean, I'm certainly open to hear what the sheriff has to say, but it's not an insignificant amount, and if it's not necessary up front, or maybe ever, I'd like to be able to make that decision. And frankly, the same with the security. You know, we're talking about $29,000 for the cameras and lighting, and you know, I'd just like to know, is that sufficient? I'd like to hear from the sheriff as to whether or not that would be sufficient. You know, whether other law enforcement sheriff departments utilize something more, just get a few more facts so that we can make the decision about those 2 line items.
Commissioner Blankenhorn, you have a good point, and maybe I know that we're going to take off for lunch here within the next 15 minutes, and maybe Commissioner Duran, who made the motion, and Commissioner Sanchez, you would be willing to take that motion off the table, and after lunch we can, maybe if our county manager can get Sheriff Romero to come in and state his case with regards to the evidence in gun vault. That is a big amount of money, and it would be really great to not have to spend that, but obviously he feels that it is very necessary that these have to move with them, and so I would like to as well hear the sheriff's reason as to why he wants all of this in under one building.
I'll rescind my motion then, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
I'll rescind my second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got one more question, Richard. E911 equipment, $1.140 million. The quotes that we're all, I think, familiar with are, I think, $977,000 for the consoles, and that also includes about $375,000 worth of equipment that was awarded to the community of Taos by the DFA under a grant to the operation that we've been a joint partner in for 15 years. And that $375,000 worth of equipment is in our community. And so I guess that's kind of a preamble to what we're going to discuss this afternoon with the offer to the town. So I'll just make that a statement and not a question. But now I'll get to my, unless you want to comment on it. But it's probably something that we're going to come up, we're going to hit again on the,
Probably not, Commissioner, but you can bring it up and we'll go over it. But the grant monies that were given to the consolidated PSAP over the last 4 to 8 years, I was talking with Leandro, was about $800,000. The actual equipment that they purchased, looking at the quote that we have from Motorola, is not $375,000. The actual purchase cost of the equipment is right at $140,000 and some change. Along with that, you have installation and programming and whatnot. That's all included in our quotes for our project. I know there was talk about possibly, if everything goes well and we continue to be a consolidated PSAP, capturing that equipment and bringing it over here to utilize, because it is the exact same equipment that we are purchasing. There isn't going to be a real significant savings, like I said, because the equipment itself for 3 stations is $140,000. The installation is still the installation, whether we were to take it from there or bring it over here. Part of that $140,000 would be lost in the de-installation and reconfiguring if we took the one out of the existing 911 center. The quotes that I've been talking to the different contractors, we're looking at somewhere between $40,000 and $65,000 to take it out from the other facility and bring it over here. That takes your savings from $140,000 down to $100,000 to $80,000, somewhere in there. Along with those additional expenses, there are additional expenses that if we were to try and use that equipment in our facility right now, it would affect the scheduling and and additional expenses. What would have to happen is we'd have to have our facility ready to accept the equipment. We'd have to make arrangements for somebody to take over 911 dispatch and calling while the contractor took the equipment out from Gusdorf, brought it over to our facility, reconfigured it, reinstalled it. Then you have testing of the equipment. Then you have training on the equipment, and then you would go live. So there would be anywhere from 6 to 12 weeks that we would be paying somebody else to handle our 911 calls. So that's a little bit more that takes away from your savings. After that, the other thing to remember is if we do this in May, that equipment was purchased went online August 28th. There would only be 3 more months of warranty left on that particular equipment. If you purchase warranty, a service agreement for following years, it's going to be around $60,000 a year for maintenance and additional warranty. So it's, if
How's
we
the
stay.
Casidian software fit in with that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
The Casidian software that was part of that $375,000 that was
It's
spent.
part of it. The Casidian is servers and software that do the telephony, the call taking, recording, and so it's
That's
all,
the easiest part to transfer, right?
that's the only part that's worth transferring.
Mm-hmm. And your estimate is that's about $150,000 or $100,000, minus all kinds of other
Yeah.
contingent costs?
Yeah, if we stay consolidated, I believe it's in everybody's best interest that we do take it out and bring it over here on top of the new equipment, because that would enable us to have 6 complete stations
Right.
if we wanted, and backup.
And that would take some portion of the 1.140 off?
Well, no, because we'd still purchase the new Casidian while we're here. What I'm recommending is if we stay consolidated, that we find some funding to bring that, and we also have to get approval from DFA, depending on how the grant's written, bring that Casidian over here. That would enable our facility, the new facility, to have 6 Casidian-equipped stations and backup for the new system.
When I spoke with the sales person from Motorola, she had a totally different take on it, and it was her belief that there was $200,000 to $300,000 in savings off of what we could purchase. But
I don't see it. I mean, I have the quote right there. I have the line items earmarked, and
you might want to talk with her, Miss Reedy, right?
Rennie, I did speak with her.
Yeah, you might want to talk with her to see where the miscommunication was, and see if there's any possibility that there's additional. So, but then 977 is the contract with Motorola. Just remind me once again where the extra $170,000 is in
When
this.
I put it, there was an extra $50,000 discount, system discount. They were running a promotion through the end of
977 plus 50.
Plus 50. If we don't RFP it, if we do CES vendor, that means the contractor is going to have markup. I put 10% on there just in case. Like I said, I would rather be fat than come back and say, I need more money, because that's not the way to do it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Blankenhorn. At this time, is there a motion to go to lunch? Okay.
Take a vote to table.
Rescinded. He rescinded his vote. And Commissioner Sanchez as well on a second. Okay, so we will come back then 1-ish or so, around 1:15.
Okay.
And listen to the rest of your presentation.
Well, thank you, Chairman.
We have a motion I'll make a motion to break to lunch. Oh, you did? Okay. Just have to call for the vote.
So the motion was made by Commissioner Barone?
I second.
Seconded? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion to come back?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Barone.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Blankenhorn.
I don't need to
Madam
get
Clerk?
reimbursed just enough to get us to lunch.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. We'll continue with item 9, Department Matters. Item A, E911, Construction Matters.
Okay.
Mr. Sanchez?
Chairman, Commissioners, back to the point that I was requesting was, I would like you to grant permission to the attorney and our manager to approve purchase orders to move the project forward. They'll still come before the commission for final approval and contract signing, but just to move the project forward in a little bit more expedient manner. So that's the first point that I would like you guys to make a decision on. And then the second point is the quote should be in your packet. I don't know if you want to take them at one point each or want to approve them.
Well, Mr. Chairman, since the sheriff is here, I think some commissioners had some questions for him.
Okay. Yeah, welcome, Sheriff Romero. And we did have some questions.
He doesn't have a gun on, guys.
We're grateful that you came through unarmed.
Taser.
Okay, go. Mr. Romero, with regards to the evidence and the gun vault, I think that was kind of like one of the bigger questions. It's an expensive item, $46,000, and we already have both of those in place. And I believe the question was it necessary to move them to the new site that you will be moving to?
Yes, sir. It is. What happens is when the deputies get their evidence and they go to the office, they document the reports and everything. They turn it over to undersheriff there. What would happen is he'd have to transport it from there over here. When we release stuff on Fridays, he'd have to get what he's releasing and take it back over there. So that would create some problems.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So Sheriff, they release it out of your office and not out of the courts?
No, the courts send their paperwork to us, and the only person that can release that is the undersheriff.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I do. Sheriff, so the difficulty is what? The time it takes to walk over, or is it something more than that?
Well, not to be sarcastic or anything, but I've never been to a bank where they don't have a vault to keep their money either. I'd like to keep my stuff where we're at. Just the presence of it being there and us knowing that nobody else can get into it.
But you're the only one who has the key to this one?
There's only 2 keys. We have them, but the system that they have here can be opened electronically.
It can be opened electronically?
Yes, sir.
And who can do that?
Master control that can control that from the bottom?
We can enable master control in an emergency.
But it could be made secure so that it wasn't accessible to anybody but the sheriff.
It is right now. Enable it, this Conrad, our RT director, can enable.
Right. Well, I'm still reluctant. If it's just a question, it's not so much a question of security as it is the time it takes to walk it over.
When Mr. Archuleta spoke to me and Richard spoke to me, the deal was we were going to get that. If not, I wouldn't move. I'm not going to have my officers down there either, myself up here in the vault. I said if they wanted the officers to move, I would move with them with all my stuff. I'm still sticking to that.
That wasn't.
Commissioners, Sheriff, I think one thing was brought up is the price, on the $46,000.
Yes, sir.
And I'm thinking we may be able to use that money elsewhere, now that we're struggling, trying to see where we're going,
Yes, and I understand that monies are tight, but if we go back to when the complex was supposed to be built, I was cut half of the space off my department. Okay. I don't remember who the county manager was. We toured it and we told him there's half of our space missing. Had it not been taken off, there wouldn't have been a problem with this. My space was cut in half without my knowledge.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Duran, what did you do with this other portion of his building?
Not me. Well, then, with that being said, I had put a motion in place to approve, so I will do that again. The understanding was that the sheriff, if he was to move over there, he would get what he's requesting.
So Commissioner Duran, if you could reiterate that motion, just
So move to approve.
The expenditures?
Yeah, expenditures.
that have been presented, the ones that are on the chart on the screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that what you were looking for?
Well, I was looking for that, and also to allow the manager and the attorney to sign off on purchase orders to start it, to save some time. When we get bids, we bring them to the commission, and so I think it would help us up quite a bit if we could.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Chairman, Commissioners, and this is in the budget you had said earlier?
Yes, sir. It's all in the budget of the $1.14 million. And along with that, I mean, that $46,000, I believe, is a little bit fat. We may be able to save a little bit because I don't have exact drawings and specifications. I basically estimated what we have over there in concrete floor, concrete walls, concrete deck, heating, air conditioning, lights. So when we finalize it, how it's going to attach and everything to the building, there may be some savings, not a whole lot of savings because of just the construction cost, the way it needs to be built. But like I said, these numbers, I try to keep them a little bit on the generous side because I don't want to come back and ask for more money. But what I'd like is permission for the manager and the attorney to be able to okay bids, quotes for the project, the pieces that are over $20,000, so we can initiate the contracts and get them to you guys quicker and keep the work flowing.
Okay, and Mr. Malone?
I just wanted to clarify, Richard, you still anticipate that once we have a contract, it will be brought back to the commission for approval?
Yes, the contracts, they would all still be brought back, but the perfect example is today, the next item is the quote for the cooling systems that are required for the server rooms. I have the quote here, which I got on the 19th, and we're just barely going to approve the quote now, which is 20 days later, and that's just the kind of time frame that doesn't work with our construction schedule.
And as far as the contract with, is it with Motorola?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to require an attorney to draft those documents? We had talked about, you and I had talked about having to possibly hire an attorney that specializes specifically in that type of a contract, and I think I've mentioned it to Mr. Malone and Mr. Archuleta.
Legal will be involved no matter what in all the contracts. The Motorola contract, we're pursuing one avenue of purchase. If we may still have to RFP it, but yeah, legal will be totally involved with the contracts and the proposals as they come to come together for each individual item.
And what sort of a timeline are we looking at this point then?
For the total project?
Right.
If we were to sign a Motorola contract, their schedule is 80 days from signature. So at the if you signed it, if we had a Motorola contract ready for you to accept today, it'd be at the minimum 80 days from today. That's February, March, April. We don't have it ready yet, so that's why I'm looking forward for us to being up and running before the end of the fiscal year, but really, realistically, May, June is when the center would be operational, I believe.
Okay, and then, Steve, as far as trying to bring in the partnerships, including the town, Red River, not Red River, but Taos Valley and Cuesta, and the Forest Service.
Mr. Chairman, that actually letter is prepared for the commission today. It's under the manager's report, and will be prepared, presented to the commission.
Okay, very good. Awesome. Okay, so no other discussion?
I just had a question. So I'm not clear how this differs from our normal procedures. What you're asking us is for administrative approval of purchase orders, not contracts. Of course, that has to be done by
Just the
board.
purchase orders so that we
But
can,
normally, what's the procedure normally?
over $20,000, the purchase order has to come to the commission for approval, and then it goes to contract, and then it comes back to the commission for signing of the contract. So like, I have a quote for the air conditioning. It's
Right.
$22,000. I have to get your approval to move it into contract. And so with the commission meetings and dates, I've had this for 20 days. If we're going to try and meet our deadlines, every purchase order, we can't just wait for approval for 20 days. It's only the $20,000 items.
So normally, is this under our procurement policy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on our procurement policy, if there's a $20,000, if we need something that's worth $20,000, and you have an estimate, then you bring it to us, and we okay the order, the quote, but then we still have to okay the contract. We're not bound until we okay the contract?
Correct.
So just okaying the purchase order is?
Just administrative to make things move quicker.
I wonder why we have that in there then, why it's a requirement to even get board approval for the purchase order.
We put that in when we were building the complex there were safeguards that were put into place, and that really helped, at that point in time. It might not be now, but that was something that was put back during the complex. So there was, Chairman, this would take then two motions. We'll approve this, and then a motion to approve authorizing the county manager and attorney to be able to sign off on the.
Yes, and then I have a quote for you to approve also, so I can move it into contract.
Okay. So on the first motion, Madam Clerk?
Second? Need a second.
There was a second, right?
I made the motion. Nobody had seconded.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Vice Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
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 I'll make a motion, give the authority to the county.
Down. What do you mean down?
County manager and the attorney to.
Don't be throwing yourself underneath the bus.
You're already dreaming.
The authority to sign off.
Second.
Okay.
Second that motion.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. Anything else, Richard?
Okay. And
Richard,
for
go ahead. You have one item, and then I have couple of questions for you.
One more item. What you have in front of you on your packet.
Bring it to the.
This is the quote for two-ton refrigeration units that'll be required for the server room for 911. It's a local vendor. It's from Phoenix Mechanical, and it's all the parts and labor required to install two-ton Mitsubishi split units, which is what we have in the rest of the complex, and I want to keep uniformity throughout the complex.
So these will be placed where?
They will be placed, the compressor units will be on the roof of the second story. The actual cooling units will be in the computer rooms.
Okay, and are these going to operate on their own generator?
They will be in the emergency power circuits also, yes. They have to be.
Now, if power fails in the rest of the building, these would be backed up?
Well, they're on generator power, yes. As long as the generator turns on, they'll be powered.
Very good, okay. Mr. Sanchez?
Chairman, Commissioners, also, Richard, was there others that had bid on this other than the Phoenix Mechanical?
We did not put this out to bid in an effort to try and keep as much of it local as possible. Phoenix Mechanical is a CES vendor, which is Cooperative Educational Services, where we can just go out and negotiate right from tell them what we want and work with them to get a quote, and it follows procurement. And right now, there's only a few vendors in Taos that are CES qualified. There's Phoenix Mechanical, 4A's Construction from Peñasco, Wayne Rutherford General Contractor from here in town, and I believe that's it. So part of this is the time constraints for the project, and part of it is to keep everything as much local. I think it's something that we need to get more of our local contractors and suppliers and vendors involved in some of these other avenues to do procurement so that we can keep it.
And Mr. Sanchez, what I meant by local is let's not overlook Cuesta either. I got some people out there that need employment.
I understand. And I speak to all the contractors. I try and not educate, but inform them how to move into governmental venues, because it is hard to get into it. And I'm trying to keep as much of it as we can.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay. So is there a motion for approval?
One question, if I may, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
You know, we always talk about, and we get these afterwards, about warranty.
Yes, sir.
An extended warranty on these two pieces of item. I mean, they'll probably come with a 1-year warranty, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
Are we going to buy an extended warranty, and if so, is that included, or is that something you?
It's 1-year warranty on the materials and labor. You can buy extended warranties on the Mitsubishi units. I'd have to look into it to see how much. We haven't had any issue with the Mitsubishi units that we have here in the complex. I think it's kind of a waste of money for those particular units that are very dependable, have a proven history, and we've had really good luck with them. We do have it in the budget, like you can see in the budget. We had budgeted $35,000 for the cooling for the IT room. Our quote is for $22,604, $617.54. So we could purchase additional warranty on it if you wanted to. I don't feel that it's necessary.
Okay, but your recommendation is to not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so move for approval, Chairman.
Okay, is there a?
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anything else?
Yes, Chairman, if I may. Mr. Sanchez and Steve,
Yes,
I know
sir.
we were talking about that leftover funding that that we're using for this particular project, but we had talked a couple of years ago about the possibility of, we have what we have is big power service contracts.
Yes, sir.
And those big power service contracts, we use big power at the sawmill, and I know that I don't think the buildings here justify those big power contracts, but the way it was set up in the initial construction phase, I think we need to revisit that. I think we could, I don't know what it would cost, but if there's any additional monies to maybe, I think we could get out of those big power contracts and go to the regular, I can't remember how the terminology for them is.
Primary metering.
Primary metering, if we can go back to those and get out of those big power contracts, I think we could probably save between $3,000 to $5,000 a month, I believe.
Correct.
Sir. The manager has instructed me, and as soon as, now that we have direction and we're moving forward on 911, I can devote some time. I need to make a meeting with Mr. Reyes. We have spoken to him in the past about going to primary metering. There will be some expense initially to put in additional feeders because of the way it needs to be routed. But yes, there can be significant saving between $3,000 and $5,000 if we were to go to one large power agreement instead of having 3 individual, one for each building. Because what happened was everything that was sized here was sized for the future growth. We can add 5,000 square feet on top of the assessors. We can add another 10,000 square feet to the south side of the courthouse. We can add another 70 beds to the east side of the jail. So all the transformers are all sized for that, for that usage, and we're not meeting the minimums that are required, so we're paying a penalty because we're not. So by going to primary metering, we can change out the transformers. We'll have to enter into a maintenance agreement with Kit Carson to do the high voltage maintenance, but there should be substantial savings.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Okay, we'll move on then to item budget matters. The first one is DFA resolution number 20. Fiscal year 2013-14. Mr. Cordova.
Chairman Romero, Commissioners, DFA Resolution 20 through 25 are all grant. Ms. Padilla already, I think, informed you of the grants, and the grant agreements are, what we're trying to do today is establish the budgets so that she can begin the work. But she's also here today to also get the same kind of approval for the purchase orders. She would like the county manager to be able to sign and legal to be able to negotiate all contracts for each of these DFA resolutions. So just wanted to preface with that. Number 20 is a resolution requesting to adjust or to create a budget for Cerro Community Center. It's in the amount of $50,000.
So move for approval, Chairman.
Second.
Along with giving the county manager and authority to sign off.
Thank you.
We have.
Any other discussion? Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, next item.
Mr. Chairman, DFA Resolution number 21 is in the amount of $75,000. We're requesting to establish the budget for a veteran cemetery.
So move for approval, also with that same caveat.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, with discussion on that, Mr. Chairman. Oh, this for plan, design, and the fencing? Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
Is that property, has it been staked out, surveyed?
Mr. Chairman, the property has been staked out, and planning has given us a design on that. I'm not sure if there's a survey, though, in place. I need to check that. Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, there is a survey, but I think the discussion was then going to fall to how much acreage we were actually giving them, because there's a big survey.
It's 40 acres is the full survey.
40 acres. So, I needed some direction as to how to proceed from there, if we're going to actually do the full 40 acres, if we're going to start with this, But of course, the master plan is going to be the most important thing to do in the beginning.
Chairman, what was discussed before was 25 acres.
That's correct.
25 acres.
25 acres.
So,
But there was another, Mr. Chairman, have all them people been notified what the intentions are? Because I requested that maybe 6 months ago. Make sure that there ain't going to be
neighboring properties?
Neighboring problems out there. Has anybody
Mr. Chairman,
notified
Commissioner
them?
Duran, yeah, this is the first I've heard of that, but that's not a problem. I can talk to the surrounding neighbors. Again, it's the beginning process of all of this is going to be the master plan. I mean, there's not going to be anything else that this is going to pay for.
Okay. Mr. Archuleta, at some point, I for sure would like to go out there and look at what the corners are, the boundaries are of the property. And I was out there this weekend, and I couldn't figure out exactly where it was. There's a lot of new development that's going on, some of it that is planned, and some of it that isn't. A lot of mobile homes and other development that's going on there. And I'm not even sure that the planning department is behind, or that they've seen a lot of it or approved a lot of it. So I would like to maybe have some sort of a visit.
Mr. Chairman, we'd be more than happy to do that. The planning department has been out there on several occasions, and we can send Edward and Nathan back out again so that if any members of the commission would like to see that and walk the grounds, that would be fine.
Okay, great.
And Chairman, if I may, And I know that through the application process that I think we followed, I think, for funding for this possible veteran cemetery, I think they were just requesting 5 acres?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The applications for the Veteran Cemetery was due on December 30th. That application was submitted. One copy was given to the governor's office, one copy to the lieutenant governor. We also took a copy to Secretary Hale with Veterans Affairs, and also a copy to his consultant with Veterans Affairs. Mr. Wagner, I believe is his name. So those have been in there. Initially, the cost for the Veteran Cemetery, or the proposal for that, was 5 acres of land. We did, because the commission had already approved the 25 acres, put that in the proposal as future growth if that would strengthen our position for bringing that federal veteran cemetery to Taos County.
And so that's one of the reasons I bring up the question. We would then fence just the 5 acres, or we would fence the 25 acres. I don't know that $75,000 would be enough to fence 25 acres. Might be enough to fence 5 acres.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Barone, as Ms. Padilla has stated, basically this is really only going to get us towards the master plan. The other thing is that we also have to build a road out into that area and establish that roadway. And so we're not going to get anywhere close to fencing at this point. The other thing is that the federal government requires a certain type of fencing, and they actually have included that in their plan if we do get chosen as the National Cemetery on the federal level.
Okay.
Very good. So there is a motion that's been seconded. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Next item.
Chairman, DFA Resolution Number 22 is in the amount of $30,000. We want to establish the budget. It's to plan, design, construct, replace, renovate the bathrooms, lighting, and electrical systems at the Filimon Sanchez Park.
So move for approval with the authority to the county manager.
Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second. Any other questions or comments? If not, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Next.
Chairman, DFA Resolution Number 23 in the amount of $24,000. We're establishing the budget to purchase, construct, and install a furnace for the Penasco Community Center.
I want to approve.
Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk?
Attention.
Yes.
Mr. Malone, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, we also have the request that the manager be given.
So moved to include that request.
Friendly second.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. Next item.
Chairman, DFA Resolution Number 24 in the amount of $50,000 is to establish the budget to plan, design, construct, purchase, and install an air conditioning system at the Llano Quemado Emergency Response Center.
This building did not have that when it was first built?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, the only thing that was installed in that building was a heater, not an air conditioner. There have been discussions with the community center board regarding the heater that they have. It's a very noisy heater, so we're hoping with this money we can combine the air conditioner and heater and make them a little happier.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez?
If I could add, Chairman and Commissioners, there is heating and cooling in the EOC side, but not in the community center side.
I see.
So we do have heating and cooling on the part of the building that I occupy.
And it would be monitored, and because they're two separate areas?
Just it has nothing to do with the emergency side?
Yeah, it's just the community center side. The only thing that's on the same system is the fire alarm panel, but there's a sub-panel, so I can monitor the entire building from my side, or it can be monitored from the community center side. As far as heating and cooling, it's separate.
So move for approval with the authority to the
county
manager.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Next.
Chairman, DFA Resolution number 25 in the amount of $10,000 is to establish the budget. And this one does require a cash match from the county of $5,000. So we're also doing that with this budget, and it's to create the economic feasibility study for the old county courthouse.
So move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Again, with the same authority to the county manager.
Okay.
So the construction improvements, what is the purpose of this study? Could you, this is the first I've heard of it. But.
Members of the commission, this was a grant application that was awarded to us about 6 to 7 months ago. We had asked for, I believe the original intent was $50,000. We got $5,000. And they kind of changed the scope of work on us. They wanted us to do an economic feasibility study. Of course, we have the $5,000 match. I am already in discussions with David Henry, who did the architectural study, and he feels that we can really, there is a way for him to actually pull information to make our funder happy and compile that information in an actual economic study and not an architectural study. So this was money that was, again, we got the award, it was only for $5,000 and we didn't want to lose it. So we were trying to figure out a way where we could actually utilize the funding, and this was how we came up with it. Correct, to do an actual economic feasibility study.
Chairman, in my experience with planning grants is the main difference between the architectural and economic development is you take the architectural and you decide how to make money from it, essentially, or how to help fund the construction costs in order to get where you want to get on the architectural study. So it kind of gives you the financing potentials behind the very expensive architectural study.
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? No, Madam Chair, Clerk.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Chairman, DFA Resolution number 26 is a resolution requesting to adjust the fiscal year 2014 final budget for the Public Works Department. The main purpose for this request is to increase revenues for them based on insurance recovery funds that they received of $70,310. And we are also at this time increasing their revenues for the equipment auction proceeds that they got from the auction that they recently had. That's an additional $20,821.50. So we're increasing the revenue side by a total of $91,131.50. We're also increasing the expenditure side. We're going to increase the equipment and machinery line item by $41,131.50 and vehicle line item by $50,000.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead, Mr.
Equipment and machinery, is that for parts or?
I do believe, I wish Mr. Chavez was here today. He has a more detailed list of how he intends to spend it, but I believe it has to do with parts, replacement tools, things that needed to be replaced and that were actually damaged. And then I believe he has other ideas, but I'm...
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, it's basically replacing the vehicle and the back end of the truck with the tools that were damaged during the fire.
Oh, okay. Okay. And so these are, this is where these insurance proceeds are coming from?
The proceeds are coming from the insurance company, but there are also an additional $20,000 that's coming from the auction of some of the old vehicles and stuff that were there.
Very good. Okay.
How much money did we get on from?
For the auction?
Yeah.
I believe the total amount for the auction was just over 23,000. I want to say there was about 23,821, but we had budgeted 3,000, just knowing that we were going to have some kind of money from an auction. We didn't anticipate it would be that good, but it turned out to be somewhat of a success, I would think. They get that money back to be able to put towards new equipment.
Okay. Was there a motion?
So move.
Motion made by Commissioner Dudon. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Next item.
Chairman, budget, next item is a budget adjustment for the community development budget. When we dissolved the community development, we had a contract for a Xerox machine. We moved that over to the facilities department, and at this time, we're doing a budget adjustment of $3,500 to help them cover the remainder of the contract for the year. We're also taking $100 and putting into transportation expense to clean up a small negative that we have before we get to mid-year review.
So move to approve.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Next item.
Next budget adjustment is for the planning department. This is meant to increase temporary positions by $22,500 for the new economic development specialist that has been recently hired.
Okay.
So move.
Is there a motion by Commissioner Sanchez? I'll go ahead and second. Any questions or comments? Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Next item.
Next budget adjustment is for the public works. They're increasing their non-capital furniture, fixture, equipment line item in order to purchase office computers and office furniture, and they are taking it out of street lighting, and it's in the amount of $8,000.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Next item.
This last budget adjustment is for the MIS department, and it is just to increase the transportation expense line item by $250 for the rest of the fiscal year.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll go ahead and second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Next, item 11, County Managers Reports and Matters. Item A, discussion regarding the amount charged to the Taos Police Department for the housing of inmates. This is the Town of Taos Police Department for the housing of inmates. Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I come before you today with Chief from the Taos Police Department. We're wanting the Commission to basically consider the possibility of lowering the amount of money that's currently charged under the contract. Right now, we're charging $100, and so what the Town of Taos is doing is basically transporting some of their prisoners down to Las Vegas, San Miguel County, which takes their officers off the street, and it also takes up their time for them to go down there. San Miguel has come in at a rate at about $65, which is substantially lower than ours. We had not considered this initially because our numbers had been so high. We were averaging about 94, 95 inmates over in an 84-bed facility. Ms. Gonzalez, our director down there, and the Chief of Security have done an excellent job of bringing those numbers down. We've also been meeting with the district judges, and at this point, we're right around 74, 78, and sometimes up to 80, 82 inmates. So we're asking the Commission to consider possibly housing at a $75 rate, and the Chief is also here to answer any questions that the Commission may have.
Welcome, Chief. And he does have a gun.
They don't give me bullets, so it's okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have already lowered the price. They were at 120 when we first opened. We lowered it down to 100. You know, and the thing about it is that we got to consider is that the cost that we're having over there, you know? Because either way, it saves you time and money, whether you take them to San Miguel or McKinley, to house them here for 100 for what you're paying now. You know? That's the way I look at it.
And Mr. Archuleta, Commissioner, Chairman, Mr. Archuleta, I was just curious, in the event, and I guess I should, Jonah, in the event that we become, we are filled to capacity, and then we have an inmate from town come in, would then how would that be taken care of? Because, you know, if we have an inmate, I mean, then we'd have to be transporting our inmate or the town's inmate, or how would that work?
We have a right to refuse an inmate coming in, so at that point we would notify. Anytime we're getting close, we would notify the Taos Police Department that basically we're close to our capacity and can't take any more. Taos County can and has in the past safely housed about 100 inmates over there, but that's using up all our booking rooms and everything that we have available. Sometimes we do have to put the inmates in what we call on the floor or in the boat system. The reason we do that is not necessarily because of lack of beds, but because of they're gang affiliated and we need to keep them separated for security reasons. And so, but we would notify and basically say, I believe the town of Taos would continue their contract with San Miguel County in that event so that the town could put their overflow down there. It's interesting also in the contract that was written by the previous commission and previous administration also that, you know, the inmates, we basically, if they come in at Friday after 8 o'clock, is my understanding, we hold them until Monday when they can be transported down to San Miguel County at a cheaper rate down in that area. And that's something that we'd like to take a look at if we could enter into some type of an agreement with that.
And Mr. Archuleta, the second question I had, what does it cost us to house an inmate?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Brony, that's a good question because, you know, it really depends on the needs of the individual inmate. Sometimes we have an inmate that basically we're housing and feeding within our detention center and has no other issues. And then we have other inmates that require 24-hour supervision that have mental health issues and they, you know, they just, it runs the gamut and it really just depends on that. I think Ms. Gonzalez could probably answer that question a little bit better. She has analyzed that a little bit more in depth than I have. Donna, do you know what the... Come forward. Hear the question? Yeah, it just really depends from inmate to inmate as those are going forward.
But we don't, Mr. Chairman, but we don't have a figure of what it cost us?
No, I mean, Commissioner Duran, you can run the gamut. Like I said, again, it just really depends on the supervision level of that individual. We had an individual within Taos County for almost 5 months that had a severe head injury. That individual required 24-hour supervision solely for the basis that we were trying to keep him safe. He would bang his head up against the walls or against the bars immediately upon an officer not being there with him. That individual requires probably, you know, you can take anybody's salary and basically say that's what it's going to cost because somebody has to be with that individual 24/7 to where if you just get somebody in that's, say, on a DUI that's not going through any DTs, any of those issues, then that person basically is just housed and fed within our detention center.
Mr. Chairman, I think before we make any decisions on this, I think staff should bring them figures forward to us. You know what I mean? Because if it's going to cost us more than $75 to have somebody in there, you know, how are we going to, costing us $85 when we're just going to get paid $75? You know, I think we need those analysis before we make.
Commissioner Duran, Commissioner Sanchez.
Chairman, Commissioners, also, sir, got a question here. You know, you're paying how much in McKinley or?
San Miguel County, currently it's $65 a night.
Okay, so if you were to come with us.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're spending money taking them down there, correct?
Yes, sir. Well, it depends. Sometimes San Miguel can actually pick up a transport for us. Other times we have to do it as well.
Okay, let's say, for example, pick up somebody on Friday.
Yes, sir.
They stay here, I think you said, manager, till Monday?
Yes, sir.
Are you paying for Friday night, Saturday, Sunday?
According to the current contract that we have, that inmate, we do not pay for that person until basically the first business day.
So we're getting the bill for that, correct?
Yeah, we are not, but yes,
We are,
you
though.
are, yes.
That's correct.
So then, I agree with Commissioner Duran, you know, we're the ones taking the toll, really. Having
Absolutely.
to pay that, and
Absolutely.
so by being a good neighbor, sir, wouldn't it be better for you just to come with us and leave the money locally?
Absolutely. In fact, that was another point that I kind of wanted to address to the council. There actually are two reasons why I would like to be able to keep our inmates full-time in Taos County. If we agree to lower the rate, I'm completely in agreement with redoing the contract as well, so that we have this limbo period. I'm perfectly okay with getting rid of that. So when the inmate goes in, begin the charging sequence. So I'm very, very negotiable. Now, here's the second aspect of this, which is there is a law that talks about ensuring child safety upon a person being arrested. And the idea behind this is to, if an adult is arrested, take care of the children, get the children sent social services if needed, to start dealing with recidivism rates. So if I have a parent that is close so that the children can visit here, that is also part of this. It's also kind of a community outreach, trying to unify the family as well. So there's really two reasons. One is fiscal responsibility, and obviously I want to get the cheapest rate as possible, but I also don't want the county to lose money. And also, on the other hand, I also want to start working on the long range, which is dealing with the children, dealing with the family, and having the capability of maybe start impacting the recidivism rate. When a parent is in San Miguel County, it's difficult for the family visits to happen.
And I just like what you just said, you know, keeping the people here locally, the inmates, you know, with the family being right there where they can come and visit with them.
Yes,
That's better than having send it off. Because let's say, for example, they may face some big time, you know, and they may not see them for a while. Why, you know, it's locally. I mean, we got the facilities.
And the municipal judge has a capability, and frequently, he will send someone to 90 days. And that's a long time to be away from family. And the social services, if the children are sucked into that system, they're now out of the system. We can't deal with that. So like I said, quite honestly, obviously I have fiscal responsibilities. I'm trying to lower the cost as often as I can. You have fiscal responsibilities. Certainly don't want you to lose money. Also, for the bigger picture, I want our community to kind of hand in hand to deal with some of these issues.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me get Commissioner Blankenhorn first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We do not. And it's the only contract we have, and we have contracts with other communities for our juvenile detention center because we don't have a lot of inmates at the juvenile, and so we actually are able to bring in some resources and bring in some money into the community by doing that. But for our adult, we don't, because we've been actually at capacity for such a long time that, you know, we've been just working really diligent to lower that as much as we can. So no, we don't.
I'd like to be competitive for the town of Taos with other facilities. I remember when I worked here, we were always negotiating these $65 a night contracts. It seems like the price hasn't changed much over the past 8 years. And so to the extent that we can cooperate with the town and keep people who live here, I'm in favor of doing it. And I understand Commissioner Duran's concern and wanting to try to pinpoint a dollar per night amount, but you know, I don't believe it's possible. You know, from what you've said and what Jonah said, obviously there's such a wide range that it's pretty hard to get a precise amount. So I'd like to find a way to work with the town on this to negotiate a price that's closer to the competitive rate.
Okay, Commissioner Barone, then Duran.
And Steve, you know, one of the things that, you know, we talk about not bringing inmates to our detention. One of the things when we built that facility is we promised our community that we wouldn't bring inmates from other communities in, except for juveniles.
That's correct.
So I just want to make that clear. We don't want to be importing other to house them here. But what the other question that I had was, in the terms that the chief brought up, would then the inmate from the inception of booking, we would then be able to charge the town from that point, or would they still get, or would there still be a, you know, on a weekend, would there still be a 2-day lapse, or would it be then from the day, from the time he was booked, if he was booked on a Friday afternoon, then they pay for Saturday and Sunday and so on.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Baroni, as we stated earlier, that is something that we could negotiate into the contract and that the chief and I have talked about, that we would like to talk about and then bring back to the commission if we need to, but the reality is if we're at $100 a day per inmate, it basically doesn't make any sense for them to do that because the way the contract's written right now is that they do stay for 2-3 days. They're transported the next day, which is Monday, down there for $65 a day. So they have their savings in that aspect. If we could charge them $75 a day, but we could do that from the inception of booking, then that would be something that the town would be willing to look at. I'm not saying that they'd approve it. He'd still have to go back to his council for approval on that, but it was something that we have discussed and would like to move forward with.
My question is, who was the generous people that gave them Friday, Saturday, and Sunday without no pay?
That's the way the original contract was negotiated back when the jail was opened, and so that's what's in there is my understanding.
Why is that it was never brought to my attention or to the commission's attention when we lowered it from 120 to 100? I mean, I never knew about this.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Dudon, I can't tell you that I wasn't here at the time, but I know what the contract states, and that's the way the billing is being handled at this point. And so that's one of the things that we'd like to renegotiate if possible.
Chairman, Commissioners, also, Steve, maybe this is something that we can look at, is Fridays to Monday. We could probably keep it 75, but charge for those days, as Commissioner Duran says. That way we're not losing money, We're making, but we're right there in that $75 price range,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday till.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, that's exactly what's being proposed here for those 3 days that there's that lapse period.
So,
Thank you.
Commissioner Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff or direct our town manager and county attorney to negotiate a contract.
County manager.
I said county manager, county attorney, to negotiate with the police chief and their staff to bring back some kind of agreement at $75 with that caveat that we are going to possibly be able to charge for those couple of days that they were after the intake.
And include in your motion, please, Commissioner Baroni, that I would like for staff to find out what it costs us on a daily basis.
And if they'll bring that, I'll include that in the motion.
With that being said, I'll second that.
Okay, any other discussion? Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you very much. Next item, the letter to the town of Taos, item B.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, you have in front of you the letter, and I believe Mr. Sanchez is supposed to be here basically to present. Okay. Mr. Cordova's here.
Mr. Cordova, when you have a chance, would you extend the so it stays on longer, just as I need it, it turns off.
On the computer.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you.
Which page number is it on this, on our iPads?
Oh, this probably be like number 30 probably.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, actually, there's been a revision to the letter, which I have a current copy in hand, and I'd like to approach the bench to be able to hand that out to you.
Please.
So the one that we have on the laptop ain't the correct one?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Hold on.
How many pass them
Thank you.
down for you? Henry? Oh, you got them. All right, face to face.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this letter is in response to the letter that was brought forward by the town manager, Oscar Rodriguez, and this is the letter that we are returning back to them. Because my public reading is as great, I'm going to go ahead and let Richard Sanchez read this letter to you.
Chairman, Commissioners, this first section of the letter, the first 3 pages are, will be distributed to, on your approval, will be distributed to all the stakeholders in the current JPA. Okay. Honorable Mayors, Council, and Tribal Council, after careful consideration, the Taos County Board of County Commissioners unanimously approved on December 17, 2013, at the regular meeting, the decision to move forward on the construction and purchase of equipment for new enhanced E911 dispatch center. This center will impact our communities in many positive ways, including increased public safety, increased reliability, and decreased operating costs, all of which will enhance the well-being of the citizens of Taos County. The new E911 center will be located on the second floor of the administrative wing of the Taos County Detention Center, located at 105 Albright Street, Taos, New Mexico. Taos County has budgeted $1.4 million for the build-out of the existing space and equipment required to establish a modern E911 dispatch center. Taos County is committed to employing the most current technology to ensure the safety of all residents and visitors within our communities. This new E911 system will provide greater reliability and interoperability in providing public safety through the coordination with local, state, federal, and tribal entities. In addition, utilizing an existing space within a secure environment and more efficient operations will provide cost savings for the taxpayers of Taos County. The Taos County Board of Commissioners understands that in these difficult economic times, expenditures of this magnitude may be beyond the means of the stakeholders. As such, in an effort to provide our citizens and visitors with reliable and modern E911 services, Taos County is willing to accept these initial one-time capital costs. The historical figures for actual fiscal year 2012-2013, estimated fiscal year 2013-2014, total personnel and operational expenses were compiled by the town of Taos, with the projected operating budget for fiscal year 2014-2015 compiled by the Taos County Finance Department. This projected budget includes salaries, benefits for a director, 11 staff, utilities, building maintenance, and staff training. The 2014-2015 estimated personnel and operating expenses would be the starting budget for the new consolidated E911 center, if all parties find it acceptable. Taos County estimates savings will be realized in operational costs through the acquisition of new equipment and increased training for staff. Furthermore, upgraded radio equipment will allow interoperability between other facilities that would be a major step forward in public safety communications for the Rio Grande Corridor and northern New Mexico. In that spreadsheet, you have 3 columns. Town of Taos's budgets are in the bright yellow. Taos County's estimated budget is in the green, all the way to the far right. The actual expenses for 2012-2013 were $608,341.42. Those figures came directly from the town of Taos. The estimated expenses for 2013 and 2014 that were proposed to us at the stakeholders meeting is $779,786,000. Taos County's Finance Department expects the operational costs to be at the new facility $699,128. That's a savings of over $80,000. Any questions on that? Public safety and good financial stewardship are of the utmost importance to the Taos County Commission, and we understand that, that an endeavor as important as public safety necessitates cooperation and partnership from multiple entities. To this end, Taos County would like to propose to all the stakeholders of the current JPA the following. Point 1. The town of Taos will continue with the operation of the current consolidated 911 center until the end of fiscal year 2013-2014. All parties would agree to pay the town for the remainder of fiscal year 2013-2014 based on the budget prepared by Taos County. Point 2. Taos County will become the operator, PSAP, and fiscal agent for the consolidated E911 center beginning fiscal year 2014-2015. In an effort to gather stakeholders to discuss this endeavor, Taos County Commission respectfully extends an invitation to you to attend a joint meeting on January 28, 2014 at 9 a.m. in the Taos County Commission chambers. This letter will be distributed to all our stakeholders, and then we have an additional letter that will go to the town.
Chairman. Chairman, Commissioners, Richard, why the big jump from Village of Cuesta from 11,000 to 18,000?
That's the town.
My understanding.
That's
the town proposal, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez. If you look at the 11,000 to 18,000, the 2012-2013 was the actual expense for the town of Taos proposal. The 18,000 was the estimated expense. But if you go to the far right, Taos County is leaving it at 11,000.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Comments or questions from the County Commission? Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you. Based on the proposal that the town of Taos will continue to pay through, I guess, June 2014, based on the budget prepared by Taos County. So I'm not sure how that works out. What are we requesting that the town of Taos continues to pay for operations through the end of the fiscal year? Which number is it?
It would be 335. I'll let Finance Director.
Chairman, Commissioner, yeah, I was proposing that the county would pay at the rate of $335 for the remaining 6 months of the agreement we have with the town. I'm also, through that statement, proposing that the partners now pay. I don't think they've paid anything yet toward the town of Taos. I don't think Cuesta's made a payment, or the Ski Valley. Part of all stakeholders agreeing to this would be that they would have to pay the town for the rest of this fiscal year so they could continue to operate and not have their shortcoming.
So these would be prorated, the 335?
Yes, I think the final 6 months of the year.
This is a well done letter and offer. I appreciate the tone and the detail, and it seems like a really good offer. I know that the town has been concerned that the current budget, they're not able to meet the current budget at the 288. We've agreed to bump our share for the remainder of the year, and we're offering them a reduction of $36,000 a year, and there's a supervisor thrown into that, whereas currently there's no supervision of staff, which has been a problem for everybody. So just want to thank staff for their work on this.
And Commissioner, Chairman, Richard, would this cover heaters?
In the county's budget, it would cover the repeater maintenance also.
Okay, just want to make sure that
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
Along with that, the town will receive this cover letter, along with that letter. Dear Mr. Mayor, I am writing in response to the letter from the Town of Taos manager, Oscar Rodriguez, dated December 17, 2013. In this letter, Mr. Rodriguez requested that the Town of Taos be notified in writing by Taos County of its intent for the operation of a consolidated E911 center. What we are proposing at this time is a contract for services with possible future terms for a JPA. Taos County is constructing and operating an enhanced E911 center to be located at 105 Albright Street. To this end, Taos County would like to invite the town of Taos to continue its partnership with all the stakeholders at this new location. The attached letter will be presented to all E911 stakeholders as an explanation and proposal to move forward on a consolidated E911 dispatch. In closing, the partnership between all stakeholders must be of paramount priority to ensure public safety for all our communities within Taos County. Sincerely.
I'd just make a suggestion, and that would be that if and when we get to the point of negotiating a contract, we include within the provisions of the contract that the town of Taos would contribute whatever equipment that they currently control under the PSAP to the joint operation.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
So that would be part of your motion, Commissioner?
Oh, I didn't make a motion, but I will. I'll make a motion to approve this offer and letter, and along with instruction to include the provision that the town contribute equipment for the contract for services that is anticipated.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. So a letter is written in place of a olive branch. Maybe we could offer a pinon branch. Okay. We'll move on then to the next item. Planning Commission reappointments. Mr. Bellis.
Mr. Chairman, on both of these items, the planning and the water advisory, we are not asking today for you to give us the names of individuals. We just wanted to give you a heads up so that you have some time to give some thought about it. Planning staff would recommend that, given that you're hearing the new land use code at a work session a week from today, and at least there is scheduled to vote within this month, probably early February, we would ask that your consideration of reappointments to the Planning Commission be delayed. This is something we've done before. We carry the existing people on the commission. We have no vacancies at this time until a decision is made as to what's to be done with the land use code, in that one of the recommendations in that code is changing the number and the method by which planning commissioners are appointed.
Okay.
On the second matter, the Water Advisory Council, we would recommend the same thing. We would like to come back to you with one more revision to the guidelines for the ordinance for the Water Advisory Committee. That group, there is at least one opening. Kay Matthews had resigned, and that is from Commissioner Duran's district, and he has provided us with the name of an individual who we will contact and get the required information filled out for. But there are staggered terms on that between 4 years and 2 years, and there's also 9 members, and anyone who has attended any of those meetings knows that they are pretty chaotic. There's no guarantee of representation by district. There's no appointment by commissioner to represent those districts. There's no guarantee that all interests in the community, the acequias, the ditches, the mutual domestics, or at least have some representation on there. So after speaking with Chairman Bob Romero of that group, we would like to ask a 30-day delay in those appointments while we come back with the revision, which will be, it'll mimic exactly the language that we changed for planning commissioners, which is that you each would appoint a member representing your district, and we would give you some guidelines in there as to the 5 categories that we would hope they would represent one of. Okay. And if that's acceptable to you, we don't need any action by the commission, Mr. Chairman. We will just accept your approval of that course of action.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Rick, could I have a list of the people on the Water Advisory Committee?
We will do that. We'll make sure that you get that before tomorrow morning.
Okay.
For current members, their addresses, and what they represent.
Thank you.
For planning commissioners as well.
Everyone is fine? So, Mr. Malone, any sort of a motion to table or just?
Chairman, I believe that they do have a time requirement in it, so if you could just have a motion to grant the extension Mr. Valls had requested, I think that would cover things.
Okay, very good. Is there such a motion? Is there a second? Second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. So you've covered both the Planning and the Water Committee reappointments. Next is item 11E, our county lobbyist, Mr. Robert Apodaca. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. Hope you guys are doing well today. I just want to give you guys a brief overview. The legislative session is coming up pretty quickly. I kind of wanted to give you just an overall brief, of kind of what we're looking at expecting, and kind of let you know some of the other things that I've been involved in since coming on board with Taos County. So the legislative session begins on January 21st of this month. You guys have probably been seeing some of the press releases from the governor's office and the New Mexican and whatnot, but it looks like there's going to be approximately $184.8 million available for what they call stimulus tax bonding capacity, which is what everybody knows as capital outlay. You guys may also recall that the governor has also issued a press release that she has indicated that of that $184 million, she is looking at utilizing $112 million of that for water projects throughout the state. I've been working pretty closely with county manager and with staff looking at the different priorities that the commission has developed through the ICIP, a lot of the roads, some of the parks, and so on and so forth. So when we look at the proposed or the budget of $184.8 million of capital outlay dollars available, and the governor is looking at taking $112 million off the top for some of her priorities for water projects, I have not been able to get a list of what those projects or those priorities are for water that she has developed. Some people tell me that there's a list out there. I haven't seen it yet. As soon as I have it, I'll forward it over to the county manager, to the staff, to take a look at, to make sure that Taos has been included on that. But if we break that down a little bit further, if she is successful in having this $112 million package for water, that's going to leave approximately $72.8 million available for legislative priorities throughout the state. Okay. Now, when you look at say roughly about $73 million, and you're looking at 70 state representatives and then 42 senators, once you kind of start looking at how that's broken out, those dollars are diluted quite a bit. So if things were on track as they are today, I'm looking at an estimate that each representative will get approximately $520,000 for their district. Senators will roughly get right about $860,000. So when we're looking at the legislators, for example, Representative Gonzalez, I think Representative Rodella also has a sliver of Taos County in her district. They cover Taos County. Representative Rodella covers I think about 4 different counties that money has to be allocated in. That doesn't make, there's not a lot of room to cover a lot of the different priorities. When you look at the senators and Senator Cisneros, and I think also Senator Campos has another sliver. Senator Cisneros, who's been probably the biggest advocate on the Senate side, covers Taos, Santa Fe, Rio Arriba, and Los Alamos County. So you can see pretty quickly how some of these dollars, $860,000, is going to be split in a number of different ways. So what I've been working with the staff on is how do we look at this from a multifaceted approach and looking at addressing some of the infrastructure needs. So we are going to be looking at capital outlay, obviously, as one of the areas to help get some of your priorities addressed. The community development block grant cycle is coming up now, and I think it's March. We're also going to be coming down on Thursday to talk with the bond advisors that you guys recently brought on board to see how we can kind of look at a multifaceted approach of addressing these different priorities that you guys had developed in the ICIP and for capital outlay and so on and so forth. So there's, along with those three approaches, looking at some of the dollars from the New Mexico Finance Authority planning grant, and also, as we start talking and get into more detail about some of the other outline areas, the Water Trust Board funding cycles and annual process that we probably need to make sure that we are engaged in as we continue moving forward. But as we go through the legislative process, as you all know, things change very quickly. They can change at the last hour. So at this point in time, that's kind of how things are looking at from the capital outlay perspective. Some of the other aspects that I've been working with the staff on is I think, as most of you know, I used to be at the Department of Finance and local government division for Department of Finance. So we had set up a meeting, I think it was back on December 19th, had the opportunity with the county manager and with Mr. Cordova to meet with the staff of the E911. I had found out that they were going to be meeting with the mayor. So I just wanted to ensure that Taos County was able to give their side of the E911 story before they met with the town. So we're able to meet with them. I think we had a good conversation with them. I followed up with staff of DFA since then. I think the letter that was written today by the staff is right on board from the commission. DFA is concerned that public safety is of utmost importance for the residents, and that financial accountability is also a huge issue for Department of Finance, and it looks like you guys are obviously moving in that direction. So there's that. Also, while we were in Santa Fe, we also had an opportunity to meet with the Chief of Staff for the Majority Leader, Rick Miera. Regis Pecos is the Chief of Staff. Excuse me. We had an opportunity to meet with him on the sole community provider initiatives. You guys are well aware of what's happening with the indigent care and how that's being some of the legislation that could potentially come down from the governor's office and Human Services to they're looking at wanting to take an additional 1/16 of the gross receipts tax to match with federal funds. The issue with that, as I understand it, with the counties is historically I think the counties have been doing that, but with the way that the Human Services and the governor's office is looking at it, there's not really any guarantee that that money will come back to your communities. So we've been working closely with, again, with Representative Miera's staff, the Association of Counties. I also had the opportunity, I was meeting with Representative Lucky Varela late last week. The same issue came up at San Miguel County. They're also very concerned with this as Taos County Commission is. I brought up an idea that Mr. Archuleta had mentioned of possibly doing a House Joint Memorial that studies this for over the next year, just so that we could see what the impacts of the Affordable Care Act are going to have with the Centennial Plan, the different technological issues that are coming down from the federal government and from the private sector and everything else. So Representative Varela, I believe he liked that idea. I think he might be open to sponsoring some legislation to look at it from that perspective. So with guidance from the commission and from staff, we'll continue to work with the legislature to hopefully position the counties to make sure that you guys are proactive on these various issues.
So, Mr. Apodaca, as far as the legislature, it's a 30-day session this year. It's going to pretty much just deal with financial matters of the state.
That's correct.
It won't go into other laws or anything, passing of any laws or legislation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, it is going to be a 30-day session. The 30-day sessions are generally limited to budgetary issues. The governor does have the ability to place various pieces of legislation on her call at her discretion. So we just have to wait to see what they might consider to be.
No hint of what might be coming.
No, I'll be looking at that over the next week, though, to see if there's anything that pops out that might be that might affect the commission, and I'll report back to you guys.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission? Okay,
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So, Robert, how do you envision us focusing our efforts on this ever-shrinking pool beyond the water pool? Seeing as how that our first 5 on the ICIP are all roads, do you see us focusing on one in particular road, or how do you envision it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Lincoln, I think the way I want to approach it, I'm going to be coming back on Thursday. We're going to be meeting with staff and the bond advisor. I think there's a way to get, whether we're looking at those top 5 priorities, funded throughout the year. I think there's a way that we could do it. I think through this capital outlay process, we probably want to focus on maybe 2 of the priorities, then also look at the community development block grant as maybe another avenue for one of the other possibly road projects, and then also work with the bond advisor to see where we might be able to, through some of the financing mechanisms, to cover some of those other priorities. But that's just my general sense without really speaking to staff in any detail about it. But that's kind of the way that I currently envision it.
And what would be our water priorities, seeing as how that's the lion's share of the amount that's going to go out? And we haven't really identified one, I don't think.
And those were, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, those were part of what we're going to be discussing on Thursday when I get back to identify water projects. It looks like there might be some sort of water infrastructure projects. There are also, as I understand it, some watershed initiatives and also some flood prevention measures. That's what I'm being told is in this $112 million package, which nobody's really seen. But that's what some of the initial discussions have been right now.
In my district, there's 5 mutuals that are getting ready to sign a memorandum to coordinate their efforts and save money, through not having 5 separate boards. And they already have a planning grant for replacement of main lines. And their plan is to replace those old clay main lines that are leaking with larger lines that would potentially serve a much bigger area and also provide fire flows for firefighting. So it's a project that I'm particularly interested in, and I wondered if there's any possibility of getting a meeting with our legislators, since so much of this is focused on water.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd love to sit with you and talk about that more. When I was with the Richardson administration, I actually met with the mutual domestics, the Upper This Montes, Lower This Montes, the El Salto, Rio Seco, to talk about this same issue. Because we were very successful during the Richardson administration with similar projects down south. You had the Doña Mutual Domestic, which encompasses a number of the mutual domestics down there. The Lower Rio Grande, which those are probably in the rural areas, other than Albuquerque, Bernal, the Water Authority, have been 2 very successful initiatives that have moved in that direction. I think the communities and the associations you're talking about could see similar results. Again, it's a matter of having that cooperation come together from those different entities. But I would love to talk to you about that more, because I think we could get some additional funds from the New Mexico Finance Authority from some of their planning that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner McEnroe, if I could just add, Senator Cisneros last night, and he basically had said that there had been 4 projects, one in Peñasco, one in Ojo Caliente, and then he didn't know where the other 2 were. So he was actually going to identify those 4 projects that had been brought to his attention by the Water Board, and then because they had come and said that they really wanted some capital outlay to go hand in hand with that. So as soon as I find out what those 4 projects are, we'll get together and discuss those.
And the other thought that I have is this morning we had a presentation by Mr. Gonzalez, who's, they're up in arms with the fact that there's disputes on with the other acequia shareholders, other mayordomos, due to the lack of water that there is. And the Rio Chiquito watershed is basically the one that feeds all of these acequias. I think a lot of these folks that have for years run the acequias in that ranchos, the valley, that whole entire corridor there, they have failed to look at further on up in the watershed. There's an enormous amount of salt cedar that's growing in that whole area, and basically it's sucking up all the water, and that's where it's all being held up. And if there were funding, if there was funding available to be able to deal with that, I think it would really solve, to some degree, a lot of the problems that some of those acequia members are having.
Mr. Chairman, in fact, the Water Trust Board allows for, I think, 10 or 15% of their dollars to be used for watershed restoration. We were pretty successful in a couple of the tribal communities to get some of those dollars, so I think you're correct. That's it's the watersheds that feed our acequias, our irrigation, our water and whatnot. So those are some of the things that over this course we will be looking at to see where we can maximize that.
Keep in mind that Rio Chiquito area.
I sat on the CFRP grant board for years, and I reviewed all the grants, and CFRP also is an avenue that could address that situation. Right. If you actually had somebody that would put in for that application for a grant, I think that CFRP would lend itself well to that type of situation.
That's correct.
I mean, it literally looks like a jungle in there. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on then to the commission report and matters. And there is a presentation of a letter from Catron County. Commissioner Baroni. I was wondering where you were going.
Commissioners, figure I'd stand down here and look at each one of you guys in the face. It might not be my first opportunity. So, commissioners, recently in the mail, I received a letter from Catron County, and basically how it reads is, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to you and the Solid Waste Department of Taos County for assisting Catron County by sending Mrs. Abby Martinez and Mr. Edward Martinez to accommodate us with a solid waste workshop and training on December 3rd through the 5th, 2013. Their insights and shared experience were valuable to our staff and Board of Commissioners. As a result, we have passed a new solid waste ordinance for 2013 that will be implemented in January 2014. Also, we are hopeful to see our overall collections increase significantly and our on-site operations improve to meet the state standards. We recommend both Abby and Edward for their professional conduct and pleasant disposition. They were very encouraging to all of us and have pledged their continued support, which we are very grateful. And it's signed by the 3 commissioners from the Catron County. And commissioners, we do have great staff here, and I would like to applaud. I know they're both here in the room. I'd like them to stand up. Thank you. People around us, so thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Baroni. I understand that they've posted their phone numbers over there so that constituents can call and complain to them. I'm just kidding. Mr. Sanchez? Mr. Sanchez?
Is that in the form of a motion?
Form of a motion.
I'll second that.
Whatever we can do, Mr. Archuleta, to acknowledge
They've also helped other communities around Taos County that have heard, and they've also been recognized by the New Mexico Association of Counties for their hard work and what they've done with the solid waste department. So I applaud them also and thank them every day for their hard work.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Filkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this just a report on the revision of Ketron County's solid waste ordinance, or is there an attempt to adopt it as ours, as a revision to ours?
No.
And if so, will the public be able to review it and maybe add a few items that are not included? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Filkey. Thank you, Commissioner Barone.
Thank you.
Really appreciate the fact that you.
I think was there a motion on the floor? I don't know.
There was a motion. The motion was made by Commissioner Dudan, seconded by Commissioner Sanchez, to some form of gratitude, acknowledgement to both Abby and Edward. Madam Clerk, any other discussion? No? Okay.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Commissioner Brony.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. And with that also, Mr. Archuleta, if maybe we could some sort of a letter back to folks at Ketron County to acknowledge that we've received their letter and that we appreciate the fact.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, will do that.
Okay. Next item.
Commissioners, Chairman, the next item, Commissioner Sanchez has been adamant about trying to get a stop in San Cristobal. Basically, it's been addressed. We've looked at it several times. It's kind of fallen through the cracks because we've had some changeover in some of our staff, but now it's back on, and the NCRTD is looking for a little bit of help to basically get that area leveled out if it's possible through Taos County. They could possibly, if this is a request that's been made. So, Commissioners.
Chairman, Commissioners, Commissioner Barone, I just want to take this time to thank you. I know that you've been working on this. You're probably tired of hearing me all the time. And Commissioner, what's going on? But I do want to thank you. I know you put a lot of efforts into it, and I know those folks, my constituents in that area, are going to be very, very happy. Thank you again.
Thank you. So I don't. Chairman, if you could just direct staff to work with maybe the RTD and see what is actually needed out there, and maybe it's just some material that we could probably get from the landfill, possibly.
Absolutely, Chairman.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Commissioner Brony.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes, and of course, don't forget Carson and Trustee Others.
We're working on that, Commissioner. Actually, in our long-range planning, that is one of the areas that is being looked at, and hopefully, it is implemented. We did put in a temporary run up to Sipapu already, and that is on a temporary basis to see what the ridership is like, and if it is good, then we will increase the number of days, and possibly the Ski Valley would actually then jump on board and actually pay to have a bus that runs through the weekend. And Commissioners, I know it's my last day as the chairman, and I just want to let you know one of the things that happened to me recently is I was going down the road the other day. I picked up a hitchhiker, and I thought to myself, man, I don't really want to pick him up because he was clutching this bag, and he was clutching it really hard, and I kept saying, I don't know what's in that bag. So I thought to myself, well, I'll give him a ride anyway. I felt sorry for him. It was real cold outside, so I let him in the door, and he was clutching this bag. And so I asked him, well, what's in that bag? And he told me, none of your business. So we went on the road and, you know, he kept sucking it to him and holding on to it. And, you know, I was getting nervous because I thought, what's in that bag, you know? And so I asked him again and he told me, none of your business. So I finally got nervous and I said, well, sir, I'm going to drop you off this corner and get out. And so we got to the corner and I kind of threw him out and went down the road and that bag was sitting in my truck. So it scared me. I said, so I turned around to go find him to give him his bag. Couldn't find him. So I don't know. It's none of your business.
That was a good meeting.
Good thing Commissioner Duran bid on that.
You got me.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Brody, and good luck.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 13. This is legal matters. It's discussion on D-820-CB-213, 2013-00128. This is the, assuming it's Sequia Madre del Prado del Rio Lucero versus the town of Taos and Board of Commissioners. This is an executive session matter. Mr. Malone?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
It's pending litigation, the annexation litigation.
We need a motion then to go into executive session. Okay, for the record, it is 3:13. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Commissioner Brony.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Romero.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
Okay, motion to come back in.
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Commissioner Brony.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. Okay, we were in executive session. Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, the County Commission met in executive session to discuss the two annexation lawsuits that were recently resolved at the hearing in December, and that was done pursuant to exemption 1015-1H7 to the Open Meetings Act. That was the only matter discussed and no action was taken.
So moved to accept the attorney's report.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Anything else? And with that, I'd like to thank Mr. Malone and Mr. Lopez for the excellent amount of work that they did in that case with regards to the annexation issue against the town of Taos. As the public knows, we were successful with that. Motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Come on, later. There.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
What did you do?